I know I have now I have to work. I bought like 12 pair for $3. They're just, I have them all over the
Madam
house.
Mayor, I'm sorry, it's 6:03 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 regular City Commission meeting. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is
Present.
here on Zoom.
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Here.
Okay, Anthony, you're gonna lead the invocation or moment of silence.
Moment of silence, clearly.
He's a very literal person. So let's stand
if we
for
could all-
Mr. Segrich.
If we could all just take a moment and bow our heads. And, we just ask for the wisdom to do the right thing and the courage to do the right thing and to lead this city and for all of our residents and to make sure that we can work together despite our disagreements and come to better decisions because of the diversity of thought that we have in our fine city.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
See, I got a little bit in there. Are there any additions, deletions? Oh, nice. Was that, who was that? You?
Ignore me.
I will. Okay. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I don't have anything, Madam Mayor.
Does anyone else have anything? Hearing nothing, let's approve the agenda.
We don't have to.
We don't have to because we didn't change. I always forget that. Okay. Presentations. This is very exciting. Presentations. It's a program. I asked Mr. McVoy to read it as his interest in the culture is so great. We're declaring October 20th yesterday as Guatemala Day. And just 2 weeks ago, they had a beautiful, so every year they do a ceremony and they name the princess of the Guatemalan community. And it was well attended and people were just beautiful. Just as, when you see a whole different culture of how they live. You can't hear me. Oh, thank you. How when you see a whole, I was able to attend the celebration, and when you see the colorful, how different cultures really are. It's so wonderful to see the colors and the music. My background is German, so we wear black and we don't sing or dance.
Well, it's not true. You dance quite well.
Well, not in the north. Mm-mm.
Well, that's true. It's more than
So smallest book in the world is the German joke book. So when I see something like, just the point that when I see something like the Mexican, the Guatemalan culture and the colors and the music, it's just very invigorating and it's really nice to see. And I'm going to ask Mr. McVoy to read the proclamation.
And before that, I'm going to ask the princess to come in. So if somebody is near the door, if you could.
Come on in. This is so beautiful. Would you like to say a few words? Perfect, thank you. Yeah. There you go. And you have to speak really close to it, and
Okay.
people will yell at you.
Maybe lower it down a little bit. Bájalo un poquito. Ajá.
Good evening, buenas tardes. My name is Cynthia, and I am proud to stand here as a Princesa Maya representing the voices of my people, voices that often go unheard. Today, we are grateful for the acknowledgement and recognition of our Guatemalan culture, a culture that has survived through generations through strength, resilience, and love. However, I must be honest, acknowledgement alone is not enough. Our community continues to live in fear. Families are being torn apart. Parents are scared to drive to work or even go to the store because of the constant targeting and discrimination. Many of our immigrant families feel invisible in a city they help build every single day. We have heard promises of inclusion, diversity, yet we see no real protection or action for our people. We see children worrying about deportation instead of homework. We see parents working long hours, afraid that one wrong turn could separate them from their kids forever. I may be young, but I've already had to take on responsibilities beyond my age, helping families fill out forms, translate, and connect them to resources. In my own family, my brother, who is a U.S. citizen, was racially profiled and detained on his way home from work. We feared he would be taken because there is nothing to protect us. There are many young people like me doing the same because our city hasn't stepped up to do what's right. We need to take action, we need action, not just recognition. We need protection from masked agents kidnapping our families in plain sight. We need leaders who don't just take pictures of us at our events, but who fight for policies that keep our communities safe from discrimination, from fear, and from being forgotten. To our city commission, we believe in you and your leadership. Show us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to have a picture with the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do it with some hesitation, for the reasons that we've heard, that it's one thing to read a proclamation, it's another what our actions as a commissioner, but I'll read it in. Whereas Revolution Day in Guatemala takes place on October 20 every year, it commemorates a landmark moment in the country's history. Whereas on this day in 1944, a democratic rebellion formed by a group of students, teachers, workers, and young military personnel defeated the repressive administration, fighting for liberty, their right to freedom of speech and religion, freedom from crippling fear and misery, overthrowing more than 10 years of oppressive rule under military dictator Jorge Ubico. And whereas Revolution Day changed the scope of Guatemalan politics and society, paving the way for positive reform and human rights activism. Whereas labor laws passed increased worker rights, including a set of health and safety standards in workplaces, a standardized 8-hour working day, and a 45-hour working week for non-plantation laborers, and bans on discrimination in salaries, and required plantation owners to construct primary schools for the children of their workers. Whereas the histories of Guatemala and the United States are closely intertwined, and increased awareness of those histories is beneficial to all. And whereas in Lake Worth Beach, the Guatemalan Maya Center and the organization of Maya Ikpalam, along with national organization Amancio Samuel Villatoro, are actively working to foster pride in Guatemalan culture, customs, and accomplishments for younger generations. And whereas Guatemalan American families in Lake Worth Beach are committed to preserving both Guatemalan and American culture and promoting cultural exchange. And whereas as proud men and women, Guatemalan Americans seek to participate and contribute to the social, educational, professional, and political advancement of the United States of America. And whereas the Guatemalan American community has long hoped for the creation of a day of recognition, El Día del Guatemalteco, or Guatemala Day, to acknowledge the contributions and value of their culture and to pass these forward with pride to future generations. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority invested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, hereby proclaim October 2025 as El Día del Guatemalteco in the City of Lake Worth Beach. In witness whereof she has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed this 21st day, October 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding me.
There we go. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, no, we do that whole thing and not even the highlight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, she took my phone.
Okay, next up, we have public participation of non-agenda items on the consent agenda. Thank you. Wade Hitchcock, followed by Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Rams McLeod, followed by Jenny Fennell. Okay. Who's fourth? You said good. I like a man of his word.
My name is Wade Hitchcock. I live 1506 13th Avenue
Talk
North.
to the microphone a little bit.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can, but.
All right.
You just talk, just
Yeah.
bend it, pick up the microphone. You have to have one hanging, like crouching one.
Can you hear me now?
Pretty.
Turn your hearing aids up. All right. My complaint is, what are we going to do about Lake Worth Beach? Because it's getting colder up north and they're going to be coming down here, the homeless. Because the ones that we have there now, we got one woman, she's not wearing almost no clothes.
I've seen her and I've reported it.
And she's gross.
Good.
But with her, and then we got to deal with Adam up there. He's been really going off. and saying some stuff that he does not need to be saying. It's going to offend a lot of people that are going to be coming, telling Jewish people not to be on his beach and other things. So I just like
Follow
to,
up on that.
I like to know what we're going to do to help things up there once it gets more crowded with them coming down. Because we're already seeing them, which they have the right to be there, but not to be yelling out and screaming, things they shouldn't be saying, scaring people that are coming here to visit. They're probably not going to come back again. And that, and the people that are riding their electric bikes on the sidewalk, even the ones that are electric motorcycles, they're coming at us pretty fast with those bright lights. And that blinds you as you're walking on the sidewalk and they're coming at us. So I would like to see something to curb this problem, because I see Palm Beach is now putting up signs where they're saying no electric bikes and scooters and all this other stuff. They're putting the hammer down, but we got to do something about these electric bikes up there getting out of control. So if you guys could look into it, I know we talked about this many times. We need to try to curb it before somebody gets hurt. So thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Ramsey McLeod.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. Actually haven't got anything prepared, but I listened to Commissioner Segwich's invocation where he talked about leadership and diversity. So I hope that this commission does get some courage and stand up and say some things about what's happening in our country right now. There was an opportunity recently with an ordinance that is apparently not coming back, a proposed ordinance that's not coming back to the city. So it's nice to be celebratory, and it's nice to say how much we value all the diversity in our city. But I really would like to see some action that means something concrete, that possibly we're not in a void, as Mayor Resch said recently in a meeting. We don't exist in a void, and we all know what's happening. So it's difficult to stand up. I was at a school board meeting recently. There's been a whole kerfuffle about some comments at the school board meeting. So if somebody does speak out, I know you get a lot of flack. It's very difficult. You get a lot of criticism, but it's worth it, because if you're going to do that, we're right behind you. So, here's all power to your elbow, and let's hope we see some courage. Thanks.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Jean Howell, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I was genuinely looking forward to the special meeting of the Evaluation Committee Thursday night, since it's still being advertised on the city's website. However, thanks to another resident, I've been involved that it's been advised that it's been canceled. I find that most peculiar because I know Ms. Coyne is very meticulous when scheduling meetings for all of you, because she has to check all your schedules as well as those of staff members who may need to be present. So to reschedule this meeting 90 days out and still be able to use the responses to the RFP, it took some real effort. But now suddenly you don't have a quorum. So who are the ones bailing on their responsibilities once again? It's amazing the lengths you will all go to just so you don't have to complete the tasks assigned to you. All you had to do is find a firm to provide us potential candidates to fill the role of city manager. If you had just done that, we probably would have had a city manager 18 months ago. Instead, we are at almost 24 months and counting, with more coming and still to go. The amount of staff time, city attorney time, energy, and effort you have put into not doing your job and finding a workaround is egregious. Whatever the results of all the effort you made, I'm certain it was to be a nightmare for residents, jeopardize their city, and not to mention the lawsuits or federal charges that could come from the action you were about to impose upon us. Thank goodness that has all come to a stop. I learned later this afternoon that Mr. Brown has withdrawn his name for consideration as a city manager position. Mr. Brown has done an admirable and a commendable job stepping in during the absence of a formal city manager and has been a leader and kept us afloat in very difficult and challenging times. I am very grateful to him for his diligent efforts and for taking care of all that needed to be done in the time that he has served. What's really unfortunate is that he has been a passionate and a professional public works director, and he has done great things for our infrastructure, continuing to upgrade it and improve what he has to deal with, which is decades, if not centuries old. It is unfortunate you have once again shown that you only want to do what's right for you and not for the residents of the city. And it's unfortunate. Making these decisions certainly doesn't make Lake Worth Beach a great employer to work for. It's a wonder you can't even get along on the dais, much less come to a decision that you all can agree on. It's unfortunate, but it speaks volumes about individuals who ran on transparency, term limits, etc. Now they don't want to be transparent and certainly don't want term limits. The damage you have done to your reputations, integrity, and character is lasting. I know I, for one, no longer believe and can trust what you say because your actions just show me what the real truth is. Once again, we begin this process after 2 years of reaching out to find a potential city manager. I only hope it's not too late and we can find someone who feels they have the strength to handle dealing with all of you, your constant demands, your belittling, and your bullying.
Thank
It
you,
remains
that's
to be
time.
seen what lies ahead.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The reason I'm here tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit about the charter amendment issue. We got some of what we wanted, and the building heights was taken off the menu. The long-term lease issue wasn't, I think it was agreed that it wouldn't apply to condos or hotels, I believe. Is that, I know you can't. Any lodging. Okay. So I wonder what's the point of even needing that to be on the charter amendment? I mean, I know you can't talk to me tonight directly, but maybe I need to email you. I'm not sure. I don't know what's in the works, if there are ideas. But I don't know why we would need a lease longer than the lease term that we have now. I just have some concerns about that, and I would like to know what the vision is. I know that the contract with Ziskovich, I believe is how you say it, did go forward, and perhaps they'll have some ideas, but I mean, there were 18 people who spoke against putting the charter amendments on the ballot in March, and I think 2 who supported it, as well as well, maybe that was the total. I didn't count, to be honest with you, but there were a lot of people who wanted to bring back the Charter Review Committee, a lot of people who don't want to see it on the ballot. So I would like to get behind you if you can get behind us, like Catherine said. But I feel like, we were criticized somewhat because we didn't get out front enough of WMOTA, and we tried to make our voice heard. So I felt like we were getting in on the front end of that issue. And I do believe that if it goes on the ballot, the developers are the one who are going to be paying for the PR people and the rest of those of us who don't want it are going to be, coddling together, a couple $1,000s to get some yard signs. I mean, that's the reality. The developers are going to pay to make sure what they want passes. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I also thank Mr. Brown for all the diligent work he's done over the past 22 months. It is unfortunate that it drug out for this long. It didn't have to. You had an opportunity in 2024, and then you had an opportunity this summer. I do want to bring up something that happened at the pre-agenda meeting, which was where an elected official asked staff to look at revising an ordinance and admitted that it was slightly selfish to ask that. I do not believe it is appropriate for any elected official to ask staff to make a change in an ordinance that would benefit them personally. That is not what should be done by any elected official, city, state, county, federal, in my opinion. I totally enjoyed the princesses. I've been here for many times of watching them and listening to them speak. I know that a lot of things in that speech came from other mouths, and I don't appreciate that part of it. I know because I live,
Stop, Truth.
I live on,
This is your woman saying lie in public. Sorry, you're lying.
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You do not have the floor.
You do not have the right to lie repeatedly in public.
Well-
Sorry.
I expect a apology. Yes, I do. I do have my 3 minutes. And I am one of the few people that come up here and speak all the time that lives on the west side of this city, or as it's been referred to, the ghetto by a former commissioner. I support the children I see every day, every school day in my neighborhood. I support them every time they have a car wash, every time they have any activity. I am with them. I am part of the neighborhood association. So I understand it. I also understand that we are a country of laws. And I understand that law enforcement officers, unfortunately, as you did swear an oath, they swear an oath. And just as you are expected to uphold your oath, unfortunately, they are too if they are to keep their jobs. That's just the reality. Just like if you don't uphold your oath, you could be removed from your job. So it's a fine balance. I totally don't want anyone hurt in any way. I am sympathetic to them. I have friends that have gone out through it. And I just think we need to all not judge other people because we don't react exactly the way you feel, that someone else may feel the same way, but doesn't necessarily demonstrate it in the way that you think is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right.
Consent.
Wait, hold on. We need to make sure we get their votes.
Yes,
Approve.
Aye.
Mr. Segrich, did you aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
it's
you.
unanimous. Next up is the approval. Oh, that was it. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion-
Mayor, my hand is up.
Oh, I'm
consent
sorry, Miss
agenda.
Miss Malega, sorry. Thanks for letting me know.
I just want to have full disclosure. One of the items on consent in regards to a settlement with Alice Mann. Item C,
Yeah,
I am personal friends with Alice Mann and I wanted to go on the record with that, but that is not wavering my approval or denial of this item, but I wanted to go on the record for full disclosure.
okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
Aye. I heard two ayes from the ether. Next up, public hearings, ordinance number 25-13, second reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 4 development standards, section 23.4-13 administrative and additional uses, paragraph C5 related to single destination retail, standalone retail, and single destination commercial uses, and providing for severability, complex codification, and effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second? Calling for a
Second.
second. Mr. Segwich, was that you?
Yes, Mr. Segris.
Okay, thank you. Second by Mr. Segwich. All in favor? Is there any public comments on this? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
B, ordinance 25-14, second reading. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the city of Lake Beach, Florida, amending chapter 21, traffic, article 2, parking, stopping and standing, adding section 21.33-33.4, all night parking, to regulate hours for on-street parking on certain streets and providing for severability, complex codification, effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion? Mr. McBoy?
You want the motion first?
Yeah,
Right.
yes, somebody make a motion, please.
I think Anthony just
Motion
did.
to approve.
Second. Okay, Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, and my understanding is this is to try to organize the city a little more if people are inappropriately parking overnight somewhere or other. My concern a little bit is potential unintended consequences. And maybe somebody from staff can allay those concerns and we can go ahead with it. But suppose that somebody, resident or not resident, goes downtown, frequents one of our various places, bars, and decides, you know what? It's not I drove here. It's not a wise move for me to drive home. That could happen. And kudos to the person who makes that decision to not do that. Their car is now left overnight somewhere. They are not necessarily, if you're going into a bar, you're not necessarily thinking, oh, I got to make sure I'm not parking somewhere I'm going to be overnight, because you're not necessarily planning to be in that situation. So you park where you park and don't think about it. How do we deal with that potential problem? Is it a problem? Is that a reasonable concern? I'm seeing some nods from the audience. Not that any of us have ever possibly decided not to drive home at some point, but we know of people who might have. Can staff give me some confidence that we are not creating a problem that we didn't think about? Or
Okay.
maybe you did think about it and you have a solution.
Ms. May has her light on. Let's just get all the comments and they can respond.
Excuse me, if staff wants to speak first, then I will.
How do you want to handle it? And it is a question when, it's a good question. Everybody should get I am drunk and put it.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Stu Sword, Leisure Services. So definitely a valid point, Commissioner, in terms of the enforcement. Initially, due to manpower and the way we were task organized, there would not be actually a human there at night patrolling the area, issuing citations, enforcing. It'd be enforced with the LPR cameras. So they'll scan the area with the camera. If the vehicle remains there in the morning, then parking enforcement would then issue the citation.
Okay.
So initially it'd be pretty much
So you
through
have to
camera
wake up,
enforcement.
have a cup of coffee and get your car out.
Correct. So there is, a time period there of about 6 a.m. when that would be enforced. Now, as we continue downstream with the WGI and the downtown paid parking, there will be overnight coverage, but right now, current state, no.
Thank you. I think that's a good explanation. Ms. May, thank you.
Two things. One, I think is it
Why don't you stay up here for a second? We may have another.
as an
You'll
adult,
learn not to go
as an
away.
adult choosing to go to a drinking establishment, if you choose then, which is a smart choice, not to drink and drive, there are consequences and you might have to pay a $40 fine. The other question is, and it was my understanding that it wasn't going to be license plate readers. It was going to be PBSO issuing citations. So I'd like some clarification on that.
We've had a conversation with PBSO, so we do have an ability to utilize them as well.
To do what?
So which are we doing? License plates readers or PBSO?
Both.
Okay, can the captain tell us that?
I
don't know.
Tell us that,
Captain Karn,
Vaughn.
are you going to be able to enforce this? Maybe at the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yeah, we meet with PBSO. We actually have a meeting tomorrow with them. We meet with them every 2 weeks to deal with many different issues.
And if it's not
Um,
going to be a problem at 3 o'clock in the morning that a car is, ticketed or towed with, because the,
Actually, we're gonna meet about this tomorrow. Yeah.
Turn it on.
turn
it
the mic on.
Yeah, so we were gonna meet about this tomorrow at our 2:30 meeting. So I don't have a lot of specifics, but if you can give me some, then I can try
Well,
to
that's
answer
true,
it.
because that's during my time, my one-on-one, so I'll learn more about it myself.
Okay, thank you. I was told that it was already handled and PBSO was doing it. That's why I was asking about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Okay, all in favor? Mr. McVoy?
Just clarification. So if the discussion tomorrow, after we voted on it, clarifies that PBSO will enforce that, does that mean that officers from our local law enforcement agency will be spending their time between 1:30 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. looking for vehicles that have been parked for too long or
Not
whatever?
necessarily. This is, there'll be signs posted. This is only in locations where signs are posted. So we've got certain areas in the city where we know we have issues, where you have businesses that are, using their operation, they're spilling out into the city right away and using the right of way as basically storage for certain things. So we know areas that we need to address and where signs will be posted initially. So that's where we're going to be focusing to make sure that we're clearing out our right of ways.
Which seems reasonable and seems like a problem that we have had. I agree with that. I hope that we, as a commission, build something in that we kind of look at this in 6 months, 12 months and say, hey, have there been any unintended consequences that, maybe we need to revise a little bit?
I'm sure
I'm
we'll hear about
concerned.
them if there are.
Yeah, and you guys we'll bring forward an update as we're moving forward in the first couple months, so you can see if it's been effective, if it has been effective, how it's working. So.
Okay. All in
Madam
favor?
Madam
Oh,
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Commissioner
Segridge.
Segridge has his hand.
Yep, Mr. Segridge, calling on you.
Oh, I was just gonna say that PBSO already handles parking enforcement in the city in the hours where our parking enforcement isn't doing so. So nothing's gonna change there.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, Mr. McBoy?
Reluctant aye.
Well, it still works. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Next up is ordinance 25-15, first reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the future land use element of the city's comprehensive plan and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I think and we have a presentation. There you go.
All right, Annie Greening, Principal Planner for the City of Lake Worth Beach. So we do have a quick presentation for you tonight, mostly to kind of give a quick overview of what exactly we're proposing and some visuals to kind of help you conceptualize places that this will affect. So kind of starting with what is this? So the future land use map and the comprehensive plan, in our definitions, they're official statements of policy with regard to use and development of land, and all use or development of land in our LDRs needs to comply with that comp plan and that future land use map. So we've got some areas that don't comply, which makes things very messy in the city. So what we're proposing tonight is to update table 1 of the future land use element of the comp plan to provide us that consistency between the existing land use and zoning designations and the future land use designations. All right, so we're not altering any maps tonight. We're not changing any parcel from X zoning to Y zoning or X future land use to Y future land use. We're trying to reflect in our comp plan what we already have. So we've got neighborhood commercial zoning district, adding that within the artisanal mixed use future land use, and single family residential zoning included within the medium density residential. All right, so it doesn't show quite as well on the second TV screen over there. Sorry about that, but this is just kind of a quick look at, this is where we would be inserting the neighborhood commercial zoning district within table 1 under the artisanal mixed use. So neighborhood commercial is in a bunch of areas of future land uses. So in terms of the kind of visualization, so this is on the left-hand side, the current zoning map, and on the right-hand side is the current future land use map. So you can see, and again, sorry, I know to fit it all in, the text of the key at the bottom there could be a little hard to read, but basically you can see there the area that is already that fuchsia color and the area that is outlined in that fuchsia color, neighborhood commercial. All right, so the already fuchsia color is already neighborhood commercial. The area outlined is the area that includes the Pastor Patrick property that is going to be rezoned based on neighborhood feedback in the survey. Overwhelmingly, people wanted it to be neighborhood commercial. You can see on the right-hand side that this whole triangular area is artisanal mixed use future land use. So in order to not only correct the area that's already NC, but to make that rezoning feasible, we need to consider NC as part of that future land use. The second area that we're looking at is SFR zoning within the mixed or medium density residential future land use.
I'm going to stop here a second, just while we're, just because when we talk about, okay, so is that what you just showed? Is that what you just showed us? The only area of the city that would be affected by this piece of legislation?
For the NC and AMU, William, if you wanted to.
We have several areas in the city. William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. We have several areas in the city that have a future land use of artisanal industrial. The change proposed to include NC neighborhood commercial zoning as an implementing zoning district for artisanal industrial would affect all the areas in the city that have an artisanal industrial future land use.
So does this add a use to the industrial artisanal area of neighborhood commercial? What is neighborhood commercial?
It's
Is that a little grocery store in the, which I really wish we had more of?
It can be a little neighborhood grocery store, a little bodega. It can be very low intensity, low traffic generating commercial or office. It does allow some housing in the Pastor Patrick scenario, which we've been trying to help that become conforming for almost a dozen years now. It's a small social service type thing. And so it's basically the best example may be if you go to the little circle at 2nd Avenue and A, there's a little shopping center there in the middle of residential.
Great
That's a example of neighborhood commercial within a residential zoning area.
But are we putting this in the industrial artisanal area, not the residential area?
Well, the NC is already in residential areas. If Annie will go back to the table, you'll see that we allow neighborhood commercial in SFR. Yeah, you can see where NC already happens in the SFR future land use. It happens in the medium density future land use. It happens in the high density residential land use.
Theoretically, and I just want to understand that theoretically, in a neighborhood mixed, let's say mixed, I live in a mixed, there could be potentially a commercial use inside of that.
Yeah, if somebody came in and changed the zoning, requested the zoning, and where you live is already covered by our future land use tables. I believe you're in medium density residential.
I think I might be a street below. I'm not really sure. Medium. Yeah, we have a lot of duplexes and triplexes.
But again, this doesn't change any zoning within the city.
Okay. I have heard some concerns from residents of the Sunset area. I'm just going to bring it out there just because I know a lot of folks are here. There has been some concern that this change will somehow, and just talk to me like a third grader, that this would somehow allow some negative effect on the development, some effect on the development, if there's any connection. I just want to ask the question, so it's asked and we find out.
I'm unaware of how this could affect Sunset because Sunset has no zoning.
Right.
There's a quasi judicial hearing coming up on the 4th.
Right.
And I'm sure I'm going to get my hand slapped by our city attorney because we're talking about issues that will come up at that meeting. But the zoning, the changes here to incorporate SFR in a medium density residential future land use, you didn't allow Annie to get to And we're going to explain why we have a conflict. But the conflict was created back in 2013. And it's a mistake that I missed when in the adoption of our future land use map back in 2012 of August, we kept many of the land use designations that were there prior. In the intervening year, there was a preponderance of support from the community and the citizenry to make the SFR zoning districts bigger. So when the rezoning of the whole city took place and we downzoned significant portions of it, the area that's shown in the yellow there was all downzoned from multifamily zoning districts to SFR. But the future land use was not changed. And so we have an inconsistency, though the general planning rule of thumb would allow it to be fine. We're just trying to make it crystal clear that in one portion area of the city, SFR zoning, which allows 7 units an acre, can be utilized to implement the medium density residential future land use category. And that's it.
Sounds simple to you, but
I
it
was
is a
gonna
little
say.
complicated.
Okay. Miss May has a question.
Sorry if I don't have to make it any more sense.
Okay, so this is how I understand it. Tell me if I'm wrong, and I'm not going to mention any specific properties because that would be inappropriate. So if we have a medium density residential future land use, currently we have a ceiling and we have a floor. And our ceiling, can you go back to the chart?
20 units.
Our ceiling is the 20 units. Currently, our floor is FFTF 14. By doing this, we would lower the floor to SF7.
Okay, we don't have
Single SFR, which is 7 units per acre.
Correct.
Correct. So all we're doing is saying these were our options. These are our options. Now that's the future land use map, period. Put it on a shelf. That has nothing to do with what's being zoned for any specific property.
It may at some point.
Thank you.
It
But
may,
it may at some point.
at some point,
Right.
but that is not what we're talking about this evening.
No.
All we're talking about is changing the floor, period.
Thank you. Okay, so.
That was helpful.
Madam
And you
Mayor?
wanna- Yes. Oh, we can't see them at all right
Both the
now.
Vice Mayor and Commissioner Segridge have their hands raised, and I do
Okay,
have
let's
one
start,
comment.
let's start with the Vice Mayor.
Actually, Anthony's hand was up first, so I'd like
Oh,
to
then let's start with
be
Anthony.
considerate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a question about the AMU, future land use. 'Cause I think when William was speaking, he said a future land use of artisanal industrial, but I think he meant AMU.
Yes, thank you for the correction.
So as part of that, everywhere that's AI today has a future land use of AMU. And then certain areas on the map that are, I don't know exactly what they're zoned today, but they also have AMU. My concern is with the artisanal industrial going to AMU, and now we're including NC in there. NC includes things like convenience stores and things like that. Most of the other uses are exactly the same. What is this actually correcting?
Under the intent, the areas that are currently artisanal industrial zones, some of them have a future land use that's TOD along the railroad track and in the north end of the city, I believe north of 10th Avenue. What this change facilitates is what the Osborne and Whispering Palms community wanted as a zoning option for the Pastor Patrick properties and several other properties nearby, because the AI zoning district is far more intensive than NC, but the Pastor Patrick properties are a commercial use, and the lowest intensity commercial use zoning we have is NC. And they were very clear that they did not want to see this rezoned to AI. So this is facilitating a future request to rezone, I think it's 11 properties to NC. It could be less, it could be more, depending on your decision. That will come up in the next few months.
What is the current zoning now of that property?
I think it's single family residential.
So if it's single family residential, according to our tables, already has a future land use of NC. So doesn't that solve the problem?
No, you are mixing donuts and croissants. The future land use is AI. The zoning is SFR now, or SFTF 14. You can't switch from SFTF 14 to NC without the future land use being in compliance. So this NC change allows that SFTF 14 zoning to be changed to NC.
Easy for you to say.
So the property we're trying to correct, currently it's zoned single family, but it's got a future land AI.
It went away.
What?
We can't hear you, Mr. Segwich.
The property in question, it has what is its future land use?
A artisanal mixed use.
Okay.
If we're talking about the properties on Wingfield Street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then AI, I was looking at the uses. Does AI allow for bars, restaurants, breweries?
I believe it does under special circumstances.
I didn't see that. And my concern
Well,
is,
as an example, Matthews Brewery is an
I was
AI.
just going to say Matthews is. Yeah.
Yeah, but my concern is with all of these moving to the same zoning, AMU, that artisanal district, those are some of the uses that we want there, or some people want there and want to see that area developed, that we might not want down in Wingfield Street.
We're not proposing to change any of the zoning to AI. That was a survey that was submitted, and we had public outreach, and I will commend Ms. Ramsey. She helped greatly in having surveys completed. And the two choices in order for the Pastor Patrick properties and the adjoining ones to be conforming so they can continue to operate and get a business license were either AI or NC. The community overwhelmingly wanted NC.
Right.
So we're making this change to the comp plan. If we do not make this change to the comp plan, the only choice of which to change the zoning to allow commercial is AI. And I would rather not be in this position supporting AI for that area when the community steadfastly does not want it.
Or the community,
Okay.
they would have to get a future land use map amendment for that parcel as well as rezoning.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. First, I want to commend not only staff, but the community for rallying together over many months to make this correction. This was something that was done a long time ago without any community input. And when I first brought this forward to the community on what the future land use map said for the Osborne community along Wingfield, Washington, the surrounding area, the community was up in arms because they were never part of the conversation on what the future of their community would look like. And as we all know, this community is generational community. So the fact that the city made these changes to the future land use map without community input was a travesty. And now I'm thankful that we're coming back and we're here and we're correcting it. And we're giving the ownership to the community on what the future of their community looks like. So I just want to commend staff, commend the community, and thank everybody, including Ramsey, who was part of all the surveys, the long meetings, the intensive conversations. And I'm glad that we finally brought this forward because it's not just about one parcel. It's about what the future community looks like and what they want in their community as far as small, like you said, bodegas, if it's a small barber, these are the things that make that community what it is. So I'm thankful that this is coming forward and I'm proud to support it.
Thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Madam Mayor.
Oh my God, we have all these cars. I'm so sorry. Don't hit me.
Yes, I have,
And I have some here too. I just
you
realized.
want to do yours?
I'll do mine first and then you can do yours.
Okie dokie.
Okay, Jane Schumacher, followed by Ruth Lynch. Hello. No, you have to make, there you go.
Okay. Jane Shoemaker, 3402 Cynthia Lane, Lake Worth Beach, Florida. I've got the gist that I'm not going to talk about the specific property, but I do want to encourage you to approve adding SFR to the MDR future land use table. I appreciate the way Ms. May explained it. It would broaden the availability. And if SFR is not appropriate for a particular FDR land use, then you don't approve that. But it's available for those properties that do need it. And obviously, we're very interested in a property that does need that SFR zoning in the MDR land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch, followed by Amy Mihalik.
Ruth Lynch, 2802 Lake Osborne Drive. I want to welcome Vice Mayor Malega back. It's good to hear you. And good evening, everybody. Please vote yes on this future land use amendment as recommended by city staff, specifically incorporating the SFR 7 units into the medium density land use designation, as we've all heard. This amendment is good for Lake Worth Beach because not all medium density properties can support a high level of density, because changing the FLU designation is a complex and arduous process at the state level, as we've been told. And this amendment provides a more flexible local solution to that. Because this amendment broadens the allowable uses of the medium density property, giving property owners and developers more realistic and appropriate options. It benefits everybody. And in light of the new, I think it's Senate Bill 784, but anyway, the new Senate bills that take public input and away from, I guess, building plans get to be directly approved by Mr. Waters' staff, and then there's less input by the city. I think that this amendment gives the city back some control. And I'll read what I wrote. This amendment gives our city staff and commission more flexibility and control over how land is zoned and developed, and allows them to ensure that projects align with the character and capacity of each neighborhood. And each neighborhood, including our neighborhood, but I'll leave that. And I just want to say, please vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Amy? I did good the first time. I didn't want to.
You did great. Thank you. Amy Mihalik, 2032 Collier Avenue. I want to express my strong support for this ordinance, allowing single-family residential zoning to be consistent within the medium-density residential future land use. This change is about restoring balance and flexibility in how we plan. So zoning can really match the reality of each property, not just the density allowed on paper. We've heard some say that the ordinance could lead to downzoning and that the city should instead focus on encouraging denser redevelopment. But for many of us, this isn't about restricting growth. It's about placing it where it makes sense. So not every parcel of land can or should be upzoned. There's a property in my neighborhood where this is an example. It just can't support the intensity of 14 homes per acre. So this amendment doesn't take away density citywide. It simply empowers the city to make zoning choices that fit each unique site. In some areas that may mean higher density near transit or downtown. In others, like ours, it means maintaining single family scale and character for safety, livability, and environmental reasons. By adopting this ordinance, you're giving staff the tools to make context sensitive, responsible decisions, ensuring our growth remains thoughtful, not just automatic. So thank you for your time and your service and for your commitment to a Lake Worth Beach that grows wisely and with care.
Thank you. Dr. Lynch. Dr. John Lynch, AKA Terry.
John Lynch, 2802 Lake Osborne Drive. I support this amendment. I can't say it any better than Ruthie, my wife, and Amy, my neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brevity is the soul of discredit. Catherine Cargill, followed by Renee Hunter Frost, followed by Ramsey McLeod.
Thank you for your service.
You're more than welcome.
My name is Catherine Cargill. I live at 3320 Lake Osborne Drive in Murray Hills. And all of my friends have so eloquently given you all of the reasons. Please protect us by giving us that SFR. By giving us that SFR, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Hunter Frost, followed by Ramsey.
Renee Frost, 2212 Qualtrell. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, and staff. I'm here tonight to ask you to please vote yes on item C, ordinance 202515, amending the comprehensive plan to include the single-family residential zoning district. This change gives our city staff, I actually agree with Mr. Waters for once, more flexibility to make responsible, site-particular planning decisions. It also helps fix inconsistencies between zoning and future land maps, issues that are very difficult to correct at the state level. Approving this amendment keeps planning decisions local and ensures developments will fit the character of each neighborhood in Lake Worth Beach, including ours. In closing, we all want Lake Worth Beach to grow in a way that honors its character and its history. Ordinance 202515 helps ensure that by keeping planning decisions local. I ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod. Then we'll hear from the clerk.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. First off, I just want to thank William and his staff and all the individuals that helped put the survey together. And they really listened to the verbal feedback that I got from residents as well as their written responses. And it's evident here, they not only took that into consideration, but they're stepping up and making changes that will make all the three resources they use for zoning and planning and future land use in alignment, and will support Pastor Patrick's work in that community, which serves all residents in the city, because I see residents from all over coming there for food and meals. So I think this will be a huge benefit to a much deserving community. The only query I have or concern is that the staff report indicates that the Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-0 to not recommend approval of these changes. However, there's no minutes from that meeting and being included in the backup. The backup documentation only contains the staff recommendations to the two boards, but not how the individual boards' decisions were made and why they voted the way they did. For these two boards to come to opposite conclusions, I think it's very important to know and understand their reasonings behind their support for or against these changes, because these are two advisory boards to the city, and when they both vote unanimously, one against and one for, I think it confuses residents like, well, why did this board choose this? And it's a zoning board, but the Historic Preservation Board said, no, this is a good thing. It's hard for us as residents, even though Mr. Williams is very gifted in his eloquent vocabulary. A lot of us are lost in the dark at his intellectual forthcomings of information. So I just think in the future, I know we can't get it tonight, but in the future, when this comes up, I think it really helps residents and members of the dais to have a clearer understanding. If you're not sitting in on the meeting, you really don't know what they thought was their perspective. And these are two totally opposite outcome votes. So I think in the future, it would benefit everyone to have that clarity provided by staff.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the minutes from each board are available online, correct?
They are, but it's up to the liaison to post them, not me. But yes, they are available.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know when they're available though.
But it should have been in the backup documentation, and residents shouldn't have to keep scouring all over to find out decisions you're making and the minutes of a meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
And my only comment is from Trip Chochi. I apologize if I misspoke the name. 2217 Collier Avenue. I'm in favor of incorporating the single-family residential zoning district into the medium density residential land use designation, as this will give the commission an option to approve reduced density in the future and allow single family homes where appropriate. like in the case of the Sunset property. That's the only online comment I have for this evening, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. McBoy has his light on.
I would just like to support, I had the same feeling reading the backup that it seemed odd that where the two advisory boards voted each unanimously, but in opposite directions. And I don't know what the timing was of all the pieces, but we often modify our agenda after the deadline. So I would think there would be a way to incorporate and say, put in 3 sentences for each. These issues were raised and they all agreed that X, Y, Z, and the other one put in whatever, and they thought Y, Z, X or whatever, just to give up, both the community and the commission a little context. And yes, there are minutes, but we don't, well, I don't know what the minutes are for P and Z. Maybe they're written, but
Yeah, they have written minutes usually. Those are posted once they're approved at the following meeting. So it's posted a little later than your guys'
right.
are.
So they wouldn't be available to us. And I would think staff would want to just give a few sentences of context.
Thank you.
We can as part of the second reading. I think this has to go to the state, so it's going to be a little bit delayed before it comes back before you. We can include out of the draft minutes from both boards, but I think they're drafted at this point. They weren't when your package was due, or the adopted minutes, and we can insert the section and include that in the package for the second reading.
Thank you.
Okey-doke, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Mr. Segrich?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okey-doke. So far, so good.
Yeah. Let's do this one and then have a break.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably-
Are your feelings, you're not gonna hurt our feelings by leaving. It's quite all right. We'll wait until you're all gone. Thank you. Good night. I thought it was gonna take me sure. Thank
Anybody
you
with a red
for-
shirt must leave now.
Right. If you're wearing red, you have to go. Thanks for coming down, folks. Figured out the house. We have an early night tonight, perhaps? Okay. Me too.
Teach them.
No, I taught today.
Are you going to?
No, I have a date.
Okay, okay. All right.
Well, you can stay there.
It's the big monthly meeting. Okay, next up, public hearings. D, ordinance number 2025-12. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the amendment to a previously approved mixed-use urban plan development district residential only, located at the northwest corner of South Dixie Highway and 9th Avenue South, to construct 2 6-story multifamily buildings containing a total of 182 dwelling units, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the Transit-Oriented Development East (TODE) zoning district with a future land use designation of Transit-Oriented Development (TOD), subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C. Approving amendments to a conditional use permit and a major site plan, approving amendments to height, density, intensity bonus incentives through the city's Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program, transfer of development rights program, and affordable workforce housing program, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you very much.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Are there public comments, Mr. Brown? Madam Clerk, any public comments on this?
I don't have public comment on any other item this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. Mark this down. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And Sarah, I think we heard from you as well.
Yes, ma'am. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna take a quick comfort break. We'll be right back.
Do we want to do the next one that's related to it?
Madam Mayor, it is 7:21 and we are still live streaming.
All right, thank you very much. Where are we? Unfinished business, A. Madison Terrace. We've turned a page. All right. Are you ready, Madam Clerk?
I'm ready.
Well, me too. Okay. Unfinished business, affordable housing development and grant agreement between the city of Lake Worth Beach and Madison Terrace 2 LLC. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next, first amendment to the agreement for legal services with Ackerman LLP for services related to the pension and retirement plans. Do I have a motion?
Wait,
What?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, I'm hard.
You missed that one.
Sorry. Come on up.
This is for me. You might as well say both.
Go ahead for A.
Come on, man. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. The staff report states that the CRA is providing $75,000 to them to go toward their low income tax credits application, but that funding must pass through the city for approval. However, the backup financial document shows $640,000 has been budgeted for this expense. Normally, it would show how much is being allocated and what the remaining balance of the budget line item that is left. Is fine. The backup doesn't show that. So is finance changing how they're showing the expenditures now? Or is this being handled in a different way to show what was budgeted and what is being spent?
Thank you. Do you want to make your comment for B so that you don't have to come back up? Well, you haven't read it yet. Oh, thanks. I'm getting this.
You read it. We just didn't do a motion. So motion to approve.
Motion. Second, do I have a motion to approve you? That's your motion. Do I have
That
a
was my
second?
motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Sarah.
All in favor?
No, you have to have Randy talk.
Oh, right.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I am seeking a clarification for the total cost since it is not mentioned in the backup documentation. We started at $100,000 for their services. That was increased to $170,000 in April of 2024. Now an additional increase of $120,000 is being added for a total cost of $290,000 being spent on these services over the last 2 years. Are we anticipating an additional increase in the cost for their services when we reach this point in 2026? I'm just concerned about how much this expense has increased over the last 2 years, which has more than doubled since the initial contract was signed. Is there any process in place that monitors how the cost of these services has exponentially increased over the length of the contract, such that additional action may be needed to be taken, such as publish a new RFP, search for a firm that can provide more comprehensive services at a set rate? Or do we have another plan to keep monitoring this and just knowing how much we're accumulating in expense for these services?
Thank you. Any other public comment on this one? No. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, next up, presentation. Oh, and discussion regarding the K Street parking garage conceptual design options and the city commission direction on the next step. And there's Mr. Waters. I was a little nervous there for a second. Hey, Mr. Whitfield.
Jeff Watson, you put that presentation up? Okay.
I thought he left. Yeah, for a minute, I was looking over there. Good evening, Mr. Whitfield.
Good evening.
Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
I was just saying, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, this is, we're bringing this back, unfinished business. We've had this conversation a few times. We brought this back based on meetings we've had with all of you and what was requested at the last meeting. We obviously have, Brenton Whitfield here, myself, William Waters, Executive Director Joan Oliva from the CRA. So we are all here for questions after we run through. Well, Yannick's always here.
He was trying to be
Apologies,
discreet.
Yannick, but Yannick's always. But we're going to run through our presentation here. And
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
So Brent Field with Chen Moore and Associates. My apologies. I'm just getting over a cold. So
Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem. So tonight I wanted to go over a few slides of background. If we go to the, oh, thank you. So a few slides of background, general description of what the parking inventory needs are, as we've described in past meetings, what options have been discussed at past meetings, detail a little bit more of what that looks like, and then go into budget considerations, which is a little different than we have talked about in the past, and then kind of wrap up with the design and construction schedule and next steps. As city manager mentioned, we're looking to get some decisions tonight to keep us on track. So talking about parking inventory, I've shown this slide before, but I just wanted to kind of recap the need as described for the K Street garage. So there's currently 56 spaces in the South K Street lot where the proposed garage would be. And then there are 63 spaces that would be impacted by the development at WMOTA. There are 50 spaces that WMOTA is putting payment in lieu of with respect to future demand that has been identified for their museum. And then there are 36 spaces in the two yellow rectangles that represent property that was purchased with the penny sales tax that the city is obligated to find parking inventory as part of the use of that property for those 36 spaces. So what that means is in total, there are 205 parking spaces that need to be created in the garage. If the intent is to replace the inventory that's out there now, the demand that is anticipated from the WMOTA Museum, and the amount that the city is obligated to provide with the property that was purchased. I have a little note here saying that in the intent in the beginning, we gave the design team a 250 space target, which was with the intent of including room for growth beyond the 205 that were kind of a combination of current inventory, expected demand, and obligation. So the garage footprint options. This is something that since our last meeting, the design team spent a good amount of time coordinating with city staff, especially Mr. William Waters, describing what was really allowed under two different considerations. So in the last meeting, we discussed that the commission's desire was to move forward in a mixed-use plan development approach. And so the requirements for a mixed-use plan development include 70% maximum lot coverage by building footprints. So if it's a relocated building and a parking garage or just a parking garage, the footprints of the buildings combined can't be more than 70%. And a maximum of impervious area, including driveways and sidewalks, of 90%. And then a maximum height, including the parapet wall, but excluding, the roof over the stairwell or elevator, of 56.25 foot. So we looked at two scenarios, which we had discussed previously, which was a relocation of the buildings at 17 South M Street to the property, which is as was kind of concept described in the original comprehensive parking agreement. And then a second option, which is a mixed use that involves civic use park space on that First Avenue frontage instead of the relocated buildings. So I wanted to talk about kind of what each of those options means. We ran through the numbers again. Bruno Phillips, our architect, BGAL, moved around a few things with respect to setbacks and working with William to try to maximize those requirements that I just mentioned, about 70% building footprint coverage. And what we have is for 4 levels, 4.5 levels, and 5 levels, an inventory of 232 258 or 292 spaces. The costs there are roughly 9 million, nearly 10 million, and 11 million respectively for those three. This concept also has the relocation of the 17 South M. So something that's been discussed a lot is, well, the comprehensive parking agreement has a budget for the relocation. The city has already put some allocated money for the relocation or for the renovation once the buildings are relocated. What does that look like? So we spent some time working with city staff. We said, okay, the parking agreement has 500,000. The city has budgeted 660,000. Since the last meeting, there's been some due diligence done by the development team as part of their agreement, where they do some findings with a contractor to see exactly what's involved in moving it. And so our updated cost estimate, working with city utilities and everything, is 767,000 for the relocation of the buildings. So right now, there's kind of a surplus in what we've budgeted between the agreement from the developer and city's budget of about $390,000 in that relocation budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm just, I see, the remaining funds then would actually, I don't know if we can mix the monies, but just from the numbers, it looks like the 393 remaining after, if we do the 17, that would make the 400,000 shortfall, and kind of even us out a little bit.
It would, and I can guarantee that that was a total coincidence. Because
sometimes like
that 767 number was not a number I knew until months after that 400 number was on there. So I was like, wow, that is convenient. My plan all along has been to try to value engineer that 400 number down.
Right.
And I still think we should, because every amount that's remaining, we could spend on the alley or some other piece of the puzzle that I think could be an amenity. But just want to note that all those prices for the estimated cost assume a 5% contingency, the 2 elevators, and the external paint and kind of aluminum framing package that was originally proposed by PGAL. All of the framing paint, that kind of stuff is still open to, we can work with. But what we want to do at the end of the night is know how many levels, what's the footprint, how many elevators, and they can start doing the structural mechanical design of the building.
And do we move the building or not?
Yeah, well, and you have to make that decision in order to figure out the footprint.
It's all connected.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ms. May, I want to call on you first.
I just have a quick question about this slide. So the way that I'm reading it, where the estimated cost, let's just look at option 1A. So it's 8.9 million, which is 400 above the 8.5 million, which we originally budgeted. But if I look at the relocation, the 500 and the 660, so 1.16 million, right? That's separate from up there.
8.5.
So I theoretically could put that up there if I wanted to make the coverage, if I wanted to do one of the other options to make that fit theoretically.
So if you elected, or the city's desire was to not relocate the buildings, is really kind of what we're showing in option 2.
Right, but I just want to make sure that I understand. The green is the available funding for the relocation, and the red 767 would include the entire project of relocating and then refurbishing and making it ADA compliant and creating offices that are workable compared to how it is right now. Because I was just in leisure services, and it's not really conducive.
Yes.
To having it be a
I can't
office building.
speak to how conducive it is for the
I can.
office.
There's someone in the broom closet.
But I can say that we sat down with, folks from Mr. Liberty's Utilities, looked over it with folks from the developers investigation, Yannick, everybody, and kind of winnowed in on the 767.
Okay.
Obviously things change, but yes. That's
Okay. I just wanted to double check. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McFoy.
I had a question that's not really a design question, but it's more perhaps a legal question. My recollection which might be wrong, so somebody certainly correct me, but my recollection was the parking garage came in as an unsolicited proposal, which I think would have then come in under the state rules about unsolicited proposals. And if that's the case, my recollection of the state law was that there has to be a finding by this board of public either benefit or interest. I don't forget which word, but one of those two, I think. And I think we did all that. We found that it was in the public interest. Now, my question is, at the time that we made that finding of public interest, presumably we made that based on certain information that we said, because it's going to do this and this and this, and it's going to do that, or has these aspects, it's in the public interest. So whatever those things were that we considered at that time, are we not bound by that, whatever we said was public interest? And to make it very specific, which I'm hoping that there's an answer to that, and I look to either William or the attorney, one or the other, whoever wants to handle it. The other is my recollection, again, might be wrong, was that part of the package that we found to be in the public interest included moving the relocating the historic building, because there was a community interest in preserving historic buildings. Now, I'm certainly open to correction. My memory is definitely fallible.
Did you look it up? I mean, it's available, right?
I would say that whatever findings that were made are what you should stick to. And if there has been a change in findings, then you would want to amend your findings. I have not looked at those documents. I was not involved in the drafting of them, but I can certainly look into that and bring it back as this project moves forward.
And just a follow-up question, if I might, Madam Mayor. Let's say that my memory is correct, that the relocation of the buildings was part of that finding of public interest, then that would seem like it has a very direct influence on this discussion. We found based on that, and unless we revise our finding of public interest, which is a formal thing that we would have to do, we are bound by that, as you just indicated.
I just don't know why, if you have this question, why you didn't do the research ahead of time to find out what the language was.
Because
instead of doing a pop quiz for our lawyer, which I don't
it's
think
not
is
a
safe.
pop quiz for the lawyer. It's our own responsibility. If we found, I raised at the time, if I might finish, I raised at the time that I didn't think our finding of public interest was all that solidly based, and there were some particular issues because it's supposed to be 2 meetings and you're supposed to take public input, and the finding was made before the second meeting even happened. So there was some concern with that, but I'll leave that off the table for the moment. I am quite sure that the relocation of the buildings was part of that thing, in which case I believe we are obligated to stick to that, or have whatever the formal legal procedure is to say, well, we have a new finding of public interest.
I just don't understand why you didn't do that research ahead of time, because now we're here to talk about this, and that, you're raising a rather major issue, which with a few little heads up could have been answered tonight. And then now it can't.
We already did our finding, and I'm simply saying that if we found that, we need to follow that.
But our discussion tonight is
very germane to that.
Okay, fine, then ask the question without doing the research. We can't see if you got any hands up. Mr. Segrich or Ms. May? Malega? Who has it?
No, Anthony has his up.
Okay, thank you. Anthony?
Okay, just real quick. I did not think that the parking garage was a public-private partnership or an unsolicited proposal. This is a city project. So I'm not sure why it would fall under unsolicited proposal. But my question on this side in particular is the 767. Originally, the cost for moving that building was estimated at 716. So pretty close. But in general, if we are moving any one of the buildings, there was $222,000 of common cost for moving poles, trees, electric, and so on. Are you saying that all of those costs were considered the common costs? Or is it the 716 has now become 767 and we still have the 222 in common cost?
I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't know.
That's fine. It doesn't change kind of some of my later comments. I would like to see some of the other options and so on before I comment further.
Okay,
I
thank you.
think there was some utility relocation elements that were not necessarily just associated with this, that might have been in the common cost bucket that wouldn't be in this number.
Correct, and that was the undergrounding going down Second Avenue South, because it wasn't affecting just this property. There are multiple properties that it benefits, so it's really not fair to say it's for this project.
Okay.
So,
Well, do we have to do the
Gonna do
undergrounding
the-
if we're not moving this property?
I'm sorry, we did not hear you, Mr. Segward.
If we're not moving this property, do we have to do that undergrounding?
I think we've already.
well, yeah, we're moving forward with the undergrounding, whether this would move forward or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's discuss it amongst yourselves. I have looked at this.
Madam Mayor, there's more
Are you
options.
done? You're not done. Keep going. All right,
I have other slides, but
keep going.
so option 2 was if the buildings are not relocated and a civic use park is at the First Avenue South frontage. And the reason this changes is because the maximum building footprint per the mixed use plan development requirements is 70%. If you don't have those relocated buildings, then the footprint of the actual garage itself can be large. So you end up picking up some more parking spaces. So instead of, I think it was 232, you now have 256 for the 4 levels. You have 288 instead of 258 for 4.5, and 325 instead of 392. So, roughly 20 to 30 more spots. Now, you also make the actual structure itself larger, more concrete, more, sprinkler piping, lighting, all the things that go with that. So the cost is higher for that garage. But as Commissioner May had pointed out, some of that money that would have been budgeted for relocation and renovation is more available because just a rough estimate for the improvements for a municipal civic use park of 250,000 means that there's about 900,000 left instead of the 393. So that's kind of the second option. And those are really kind of the two main things. If not relocating the building can make the garage bigger, but if the garage gets bigger, then of course it's more costly.
Thank you.
There are more slides.
Go ahead, keep going. The more we know, the better off we are.
Okay, sounds good. So just to kind of recap, in April of this year, the commission approved a comprehensive parking agreement, and that had kind of a configuration, as I'm sure all of you guys have seen, that adds up to $8.5 million with deposits from the city, the CRA, deposit from the developer, that's the $1 million in lieu of parking for the 50 spots, and then a $3.5 million loan from the developer. Then I have a few things that I wanted to note here. In talking with Yannick about kind of the financing, if the city was to decide to borrow more money for, say, the larger footprint garage or the taller garage, there's a concern that possibly that additional loan would put the new lender would want to be in first position on the loan, such that the developer's loan of $3.5 million would be in second position. It's not that we have approached anyone about that, but my expectation is that that's not a favored position for them. And so that financing may not work out. So maybe a revenue bond or a general obligation bond would be the recommendation from Yannick in that case for the 3.5 that's currently developer financing plus whatever that extra money is. And so that was, something in describing what if we go beyond the available budget and we want to borrow money. These are some of the items. And one of the concerns that we discussed when I was talking with Yannick was new financing arrangement. If you did want to do that, would probably extend the schedule, which right now we're not looking to do because of kind of the milestones in the timeline.
Mr. McBoy?
Just clarification from whoever would answer that. A GO bond, the general obligation, would that have to go to a full city vote to approve that? Or how would that, what would the approval process be for that?
For the record, Yannick Ganai, Finance Director. I believe the approval could be, I don't think it would have to go for a referendum or anything like that, because we'll have our investment advisors, come up with, just do the whole analysis and make a presentation and present to you.
And then it would be
financing
a commission approval.
Yes, it will be a commission approval.
Just so we understand.
Thank you.
The next slide is, okay, if you didn't want to borrow additional money, what kind of available money might there be in the current budget? So Yannick shared with me these tables that are kind of uncommitted funds that are currently in kind of the city finances, and then unfunded capital projects. So you'll see there's a total of about 7.3 million in uncommitted funds between the penny sales tax and the Park of Commerce, but there's also 6.8 million in unfunded capital projects, several of these which may be projects that are kind of needs, I guess, for the city. So kind of how that balance might work, I think is a consideration. I put an asterisk next to a few bistro lighting, the mausoleum, and golf course irrigation, which Yannick had said that there'd been some discussions about grants or P3 funding ideas. But basically the idea here was to present what the trade-offs might be if you wanted to look in the city's existing budget.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you.
Yes.
The 7,000,003, that number,
Yes.
is that that's not our reserves, correct? Okay,
It's just funds that have not been committed. The penny sales tax and the Park of Commerce, as you know,
and there are specific ways that we can spend that money?
not necessarily. It's just, it has to be infrastructure, obviously.
Right.
Capital projects.
And the one missing from up there is obviously the pool fund.
That is
That's-
missing.
But that's another funding source. But
That's already accounted for us. Now, I just wanted to add to, I just wanted to add to it, those asterisks, some of those projects, the Bristol lining, the cemetery project, and the golf course irrigation. Those projects have just been on the CIP schedule as unfunded for like at least 3 years, maybe. So
yeah, but as we mentioned, like during the budget, you have to have, even though there's no current funding source, if they're not actually shown in your annual budget in the CIP, you're not going to get any grant funding for it. So when we put in for stuff, that's one of the first things. Is it shown in your long range plan or in your 5-year CIP or anything? If they're not there, it's not an option. I did want to mention that there are 2 projects in here. So even though you're showing the 7.3, the fuel tank storage, which is currently under design right now, and that cost is going to be more than that 770. We do have our own fleet and we do run our own emergency operations. That is something that we really need to make sure that we move forward with. And also the public works fleet and operation facility, which also includes the new EOC. That's another one that we want to make sure that we move forward with. So that 7.3 really is going to be deducted by at least 3.5.
Okay, 3.5. Okay, 22. Okay, so, and I agree that, so the operations facility is the storm center, the emergency center.
Correct, as well as the fuel tanks.
Okay, so we have enough money to build it. We were hoping for a grant, but we didn't get any money from the state, but we didn't get it. So, but we do have enough money to go ahead and build it, correct?
That's what we are hopefully, I was hoping for this week. It looks like it's gonna be next week now. We should have the updated engineer's
Okay.
estimate of probable cost. So
So even if we do that, which I think is very, we've been told it's a very important thing to have an emergency operations center, just in case. We would still have money that's good to know. Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, I'm confused because I'm reading this slide a little differently than what the mayor just said. The second part, the numbers all in red, if I'm reading that right, that says unfunded capital projects. These are things that we want to do. We put them on there sometimes to make it accessible for potential grant funding, but that's not money that is sitting somewhere or other that we could spend on this, but we could redirect to a parking garage. That's money we don't have. That's what unfunded means. Is that correct? Or help me understand, is there a 6.8 bucket somewhere that's
7.3 bucks.
Well,
okay? Help me
what I
understand.
wanted to
the
present in this slide is basically saying, okay, these are the funds that are not committed.
And
this is what's been, there's the capital project that has not been appropriate, that has not funded. No funding sources have not been identified for that yet.
In other words, my read of that is there's two buckets, police sales tax and Park of Commerce, that apparently are fairly unrestricted, totaling about 7.3. We have unfunded needs of 6.8.
Yes.
Leaving you with a surplus of half a
Give or
billion
take,
to play with.
Mhm.
If we decide we wanted to fund all.
Yes.
So in fact, there's not a lot of money here to play with. And let me ask one more clarifying question. Ignoring the numbers in red below, just focusing on the green, because green's a nicer color and it's more money. Could any of the penny sales tax and Park of Commerce be used toward
The pool has already been accounted for, but should the
Well,
dice
6 million? Is
Right,
aimed
6
at
million
it,
has
but
been
all
accounted for.
estimates we've ever heard say that's kind of a joke. You're looking at more like 10, 14 or something. So to clarify, could that money, the two sets of about 3 or 3 and 4, that's 7.3, could that be directed toward the pool?
If the dice chooses, so yes.
So we have to be conscious. We are making a decision to take money that could go to the pool, that's been a long-standing interest, and we're putting it potentially toward the parking garage. Am I understanding that correctly?
If the dice chooses to finance the remaining costs, the difference between the 6 million and the actual cost of the pool, out of pocket, then yes, but I would not recommend that because I'd rather finance it instead of just adding another $4 or $5 million towards the pool. Yes.
Right.
yeah, and this was brought up last time, which is why you're looking at the slide right now to provide showing what kind of funding, what the balances are of the funds we currently have. But would not recommend trying to spend all this.
No.
As you guys are well aware, one good storm wipes this whole thing out.
Yeah.
So we want to start building on our fund balances. So we just were strictly bringing this back because that was a direction you guys gave us to show some of the funds.
It's
just so
good
that
to
you're
know.
aware of what we have in different things. But as I mentioned, there are some pretty important things in that bottom.
I think operations facility is very important.
Right. Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to mention that when Yannick was talking on the previous slide about the bond, like if we bonded that, it's a small amount of money, but keep in mind you're now looking at a 20 or 30 year
commitment.
So I just wanted to throw that in there so you guys were aware that.
And especially since one of the positive points about this is
Correct.
5-year payoff and we own it.
Correct.
Mm.
So.
And
okay, I've got 2 hands up. Okay, other people have questions. And so Sarah, I think got text.
to go back to that slide, the previous one, yeah. And this is, I guess, for Brent. Although we don't know for a fact because we haven't asked the first position lender, the W Motor folks, but it seems pretty likely that if we were to go to that lending approach, they wouldn't go for that. In which case, we're out to 3.5.
Correct. Yeah.
So this to me is suggesting we really don't want to go over that 8.5 budget. That's what we actually
So I
have.
think, so the intent of adding this slide and the following slide in discussion with Yannick was to describe why trying to borrow more money is probably not advisable based on the fact that it risks the current financing or extends the duration of the city's payment. The purpose of the second slide was to show what the trade-offs were if you chose not to borrow the money, but to spend from uncommitted funds, what type of choices you'd be making, a fifth floor versus a mausoleum or whatever.
Which Peter are you borrowing to pay for? Essentially.
That's how you want to describe it.
Okay.
I keep talking to Yana.
All right, Mr. Segrich is patient, Mr. Segrich and Ms. Malega are patiently waiting. So, Mr. Segrich, I believe you were first.
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at the slide, it's missing a good deal of information. So, Yannick prepared a 11x17 spreadsheet of all the funds, what the fund balances were, and there were more than just these two that had excess fund balance. So looking at it and seeing that total 7.3, to me, that's a little disingenuous. I would have rather have seen all of the available fund balances, and that does include the pool, which is now 5.5 because we keep spending on it. There's also some other glaring things that we found out in our budget. We found $1.3 million of mis-budgeting or over budgeting in our self-insurance fund. Our self-insurance fund budgeted $3,097,000 for our insurance premiums, which are only 1.7 million, which leaves us 1.3 million. So I would have liked to see that 1.3 million up there as uncommitted funds. The reasoning for leaving that in, I was told by finance, we'll just find something to spend it on. So, if we're going to find something, I'd rather to go to a project than just sit out there. So, looking at this slide, to me, it's painting a disingenuous picture. The other thing is we have to think creatively. So it's obvious that going out for GO bond funding for this because of the first position loan that we are getting is not really a good thing, right? So we are looking at spending cash on this. But what we haven't said to ourselves is, look at all the other projects that we're basically saying, oh, Public Works Fleet Operations Facility, $2.3 million. Well, maybe we don't have to pay cash for that. Maybe we can finance that. We had no problem committing almost $2 million, maybe it was more, I forget the exact number, to 1900 and its renovations, cash. We took that out of the Park of Commerce funds, cash. So instead of taking cash from the Park of Commerce funds for that, let's get a GO bond for 1900. So there are creative ways around, financing the total expenditures of the city. We don't have to look at every project as a monolith in and of itself. So in terms of, available cash that we have, I think the number's a lot higher, especially if, one item in our self-insurance fund was $1.3 million off. I'm sure there's other line items that are equally as off. And then we have other funds that Yannick sent to us that are not being represented here. And I know everyone likes to, protect the pool. We're being very dishonest with our residents if we think, and keep saying to them the $6 million is going to get them a pool. It's not. And we're spending that money down. So it's not even $6 million. It's 5.5 the last I was told, but I'm not even sure if it's that because we continue to have beach expenditures. So, looking at this, I think our cash position is a little bit better. And I think our unfunded capital projects, maybe we get creative and do GO bond funding for that versus just pigeonholing this parking project to say, oh my gosh, we can't get GO funding for it, so there's no cash. Let's get GO funding for another project that doesn't have a first position loan from the developer at a very generous rate. So that are my thoughts on this side, and then once we get through everything, I have some others.
Thank you. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. Anthony actually stole some of my thunder. I should have went first. I agree on a lot of the things that Anthony just said in regards to the not disingenuous at all from finance, but I think there are some other ways on the Public Works Fleet and Operations Facility. Obviously, the mausoleum is something that's just a, it's something, it's a desire. It's not something that's a need right now. The same thing with the bistro lighting. The golf course is up in, could be a potential P3. And I would like us to get through the rest of the slides before we take any more time, because I really want to talk about the timeline. And then the next steps before we get into the meat and potatoes of making a decision. So I was just hoping we could move forward.
Thank you. Ms. May,
I was actually going to make a motion.
please do.
So I'd make a motion that we approve option 2A, the 4-level garage with the park.
Is there a second?
I will second that motion for conversation.
Good. Mr. McFoy?
I believe we have a legal situation that we should resolve before we vote on it. And we should clarify, do we have an obligation? Because choosing between option 1 and 2 relates to whatever we committed to in our public interest. And my recollection is that it was to relocate the buildings. So I'm not comfortably legally moving us forward until we have clarification on what that situation is.
Well, I think that's an interesting question, but I think it's completely at the wrong time. I think that if you had a serious question about whether or not this could go forward with what we had said months ago, it was your obligation to find what the answer is,
No,
not to say,
it's-
I'm not arguing, we're not having a discussion. It's my response to what you just said. I'm not going to vote for this. I think I would vote to relocate the house. And one of those things, I would vote for 1A, actually. One of the things that I am considering when I talk about relocating the house, whether it's my neighborhood. And I think that having the house with some landscaping and a garage there, rather than a park, which God knows would be hard to maintain. I think it would, number one, it's the last house remaining group, number one. And number two, I think for purposes of the neighborhood, to have a buffer between the street, First Avenue South, and the parking garage would be just aesthetically more pleasing to the people. This is going to be a big effect on the, folks that live down here. So I think in terms of, I would vote for, let's not go so far above budget. We've got 232 spaces, which is more than we had. It's almost double what we have now. The Wilmota people are not going to be parking at nights, and when our residents or our visitors would be parking. So I would like to not go so far above budget. I would like to put the house there. I've been through, one of the reasons I ran for office is because of what happened to all those houses, and to just say, okay, if we have the money to do it, and we can find a use for the building, whether it's the use that we're using now or some other use, that my vote would be, if I was going to vote, I would vote for 1A because of the aesthetics and the money and the available parking it would create. So that's where I'm at.
Madam Mayor, my hand is back up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for speaking up. It's hard to see. You can't see at all, right? It's
not hard.
It's not hard. It's
Impossible.
impossible. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yes, Ms. Malega. And Mr. Segrich, I see that you have another comment.
In hearing what you said, the only reason that I seconded the motion was because of the number of spaces of the inventory of 256, and the above budget conversation and what was left over after the park. Would you, I hear what you're saying in regards to moving the houses. I too have been on board with trying to keep the houses. But I also think that we need to go above 232 spaces to just think about the future. Would you consider 1B?
Well, that's another $1.3 million for 20, you do the math. 50.
Technically, it's a million for the spaces because we have 393,000 left.
26 spaces. No, I understand. I'm looking at the inventory. 258 minus 232 is 6.
26.
26. So for a million, yeah, well, 1.3 million above budget. So I really don't want to get into that much debt. I really want to just do what we're going to do, not push the envelope with the height, get 232 committed spaces, and do it on budget, if as much on budget as we possibly. That's my desire. So I understand what you're saying, the 258, but it's only 26 extra spaces, and it's another over $1 million. So that's my response to that. But so, and the motion is pending right now, which is different. Mr. Segrich, are you finished, Madam Malega?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at our need, number 1A gets us 26 spaces above our need, or 27, I'm sorry, 27 spaces above our need. I don't think spending $9-something million to get 27 spaces above our need is prudent or logical. We could probably do it a heck of a lot cheaper and figure it out that way. Based on everything I've read with our parking studies and everything, I'm of the opinion we need at least 80 spaces. And that's the lens that I'm above our need. And that's the, or net to the 205. So that's the lens I'm looking at this in. In terms of looking at it as, option 2A versus 1A, 2A being $1 million more, for the spaces. Option 1A is over budget by 400,000. Option 2A is over budget by 1.2. So you have to subtract those out and understand what the delta is between those two when comparing one to the other. Not, so it's not $1 million. It's more like an extra $800,000 above what the other option would be. But there is a scenario, without going through all of the numbers for each option, because I crunched them all, there is a scenario that I would like to present and see if there's any appetite for it, because I think it both keeps the budget down and gets us the spaces that we need. If we look at option 1C, that gets us 87 spaces. If we don't move the property, we are only 2.75 above budget. If we look at some of the things that I was highlighting, we literally were $1.3 million off on our insurance premiums. So that could be applied here. I think we need to net at least 80.
Hold on a second, Mr. Segrich.
Just to be clear, we cannot use money in the self-insurance fund for capital projects. So I just
Jamie, I'm not saying we do that, but
well, we can't do that. We literally cannot do that.
Okay, but we have budget issues like that where we're over budgeting by millions of dollars in making mistakes, and we're looking at this. We have to look at this holistically. So I'm looking at it and saying, I think we need to net at least 80 spaces. I also wanted to comment on to move the house or not move the house. I personally believe, and when I've talked to people in a neighborhood would probably rather a park than an office building to look at that they will never use. Because that's what it is. Let's be honest. It's not a house, it's an office building. And that's what it's intended to remain. That's what it's supposed to do. So I would be inclined to say, if we look at the smaller footprint, we get a larger park, it's reasonable in price, and we can get 87 spaces. Yes, it's 2.75 over budget, but if you look at what the on-budget plan is, we might as well not build the on-budget plan because it's not going to net us enough spaces. And we have one shot to do this. This is really realistically going to be the only parking garage we're building. So 5 or 10 years from now, I don't want to be sitting there going, well, gee, I really wish we had an extra 70, 80 spaces for the downtown, because only netting 27 above the 205 we're not really solving a problem here. We're just spending money and keeping the problem the same. And, I'm willing to bet to get 27 extra spaces above the 205, there's some other creative things we can do besides a parking garage.
Well, you don't believe in moving the building either, correct? You don't.
I don't believe in moving the building. Moving the building is an expense that I don't think we should do.
Well,
and in terms of our legal obligation to do so, that's a false argument. In the contracts, it says, should the commission choose to move the building? The original certificate of appropriateness had us not moving the building. We could have moved it or not moved it. So we're not under any obligation to move this building. The area that this building is in does not even have the number of historical structures in it to maintain its historic status anymore.
That's not
so.
true.
Ask Mr. Waters.
Well, okay, well, I mean, all right, but again, I don't want to get an argument, but I live there, and I know what the difference between the back
Would you
end.
rather? And I'm saying that the people would probably rather a park than a building.
You don't live in my neighborhood. You don't know what the pressures at the
Madam
downtown.
Mayor, can you not interrupt me, please? Thank you. The people went and actually planted trees and flowers in an area where they wanted to create a park, to protect a park, a green space. So I kind of think the people of this city would rather a green space, a larger green space, than an office building that they can't even use or see. That's all.
Thank you. And I think a half a dozen or 10 people showing up and planting some flowers in a place that has no irrigation was a meaningless gesture. So, and I do live there, and I do understand the pressures that the downtown has. And we can always find a use for the space. And it's the last historic building that we can save. And in terms of, looking at the back end of a parking garage, I'd rather look at a house. And I think my neighbors who I've lived with since 1989 would rather look at the back of a house than the back of a parking garage. So I am all in favor of moving the house. It's otherwise, then it's just a street.
They would be looking at a park, Madam Mayor.
I question for obvious. Yes, I do. I would rather have the house there than
The house will not cover the parking garage, not even close.
I'm not going to
House is
argue.
not taller than a tree. The tree is taller than the house. Trees will cover more than the house.
Now you're interrupting me.
That's okay. You interrupted me. I guess that's how we do things.
So we disagree on that. Okay, that's simple. We can disagree. It's my neighborhood. I feel like I have some better knowledge of the feeling of my neighbors and the people downtown.
It's our city.
Can we call the question on my motion?
You can call the question. So your motion is what?
My motion is 1B. I mean, 2A, whatever it is, 2A.
4 levels.
4 levels, 256 spaces without moving the building.
All in favor for that?
Aye.
Hey,
Nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, well, it failed anyway, so.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion.
I was just going to do that, but go ahead.
Mr. McVoy's light's been on for quite a while.
which Mr. Segridge probably can't see.
Well, of course, right.
to his
That's what I'm
credit.
telling him.
I find it quite interesting that when I raised what seemed from the body language I was watching to be a legitimate legal concern, it was somewhat brushed off as though our timing's not good. I find it very interesting that when Commissioner Segridge makes accusations that our finance is simply making $1 million mistakes here, there, and everywhere, that he brings that up now rather than during the budget process. And I find those accusations to be, I'm not comfortable with them. They might be accurate.
It came to light in the last 2 weeks, Mr. McVoy.
Mr. Segridge, he's speaking. Mr. McVoy has the floor.
I'm not comfortable with those, and certainly some of the body language that, again, Mr. Segridge is not able to see here was that some of the statements that were being made by Commissioner Segridge, certainly staff did not support the accuracy of them. I too, like the mayor, feel that the importance of some element of dealing with our historic buildings is a pretty high priority. Even the CRA has a commitment. That's part of their mission. We have said that we were committed to that, and we seem to have whittled that down quite a bit. This is what's left on it. So I too would support. I am not in favor of going over budget. I do agree with Commissioner Segrich that he makes a very interesting point, that maybe we're putting the cart a little bit ahead, and maybe we're spending something on the order of 8 or something or other million. And I understand we're not spending all of it. Some of it is helped, blah, blah, blah. But there would be an expense of somewhere on the order of 8 or 9 million, and not really that many spaces that are gained. And interestingly, we have already approved spending money for a parking study to figure out various things. To me, the whole project of the garage, as I've said many times before, at all is not very solidly founded. That we have not fully looked at what is the effect on the businesses downtown? What is the effect of moving to paid parking, which we all know that you're not going to be able to. We've done that experiment with the Bohemian. People don't park in it if they can park for free in the street. So we're committing to paid parking if we move forward on this. We're taking money potentially from the pool. That we've had a much longer commitment to the community to do that. So I think Commissioner Segrich does raise some points. If we're only getting 20, 30 odd spaces out of this, that's not much of a gain for multiple millions.
Thank you. Ms. Malega, you had asked me a question earlier. Would I go for option 1B?
Yes, ma'am.
I would. It means moving the
You would.
house and increasing the amount of parking spaces. And I think we can, it sounds like we can find some more money in our, okay. So yes, Ms. Malega, I would support that.
I just feel that listening to everybody, as the body and the residents as a whole, the green space is important. There's always the option, we had talked about possibly moving 17 South M to another property that a person in town owns. But I was told today that may not be something to bring to fruition. I wish we had a little more insight on that right now, because I think that would give us some answers. At this point, and just doing the math and knowing that mine and Commissioner May's choices didn't get support, it seems like the most logical sense at this point between what you and Commissioner McVoy and Commissioner Segrich and May have said is it looks like we are between 1B and 2B. And, if we could just agree on the level of spaces or the level of the garage, I think that we need to take this at one bite at a time. So can we at least get consensus that we want to do 4.5 levels? That's either going to get us 258 spaces or 288. 5 levels to me is too large. 4 doesn't seem like a good investment as far as the money or the spaces that we're getting on either scenario. So I would like to make a suggestion that we at least get consensus for 4.5 levels and go from there.
Okay, do we have consensus on that? Anybody? Somebody?
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Okay.
I had a slightly different take on it, if you'll permit me.
Sure.
The financial cost of 2B and 1C are almost identical. They're off by 100,000. In hearing Sarah, speak, again, I look at this as small footprint, large footprint, right? 1A, 2B. And there was a third option of small footprint, don't move the building, that I wanted to have included that wasn't included. If you look at 1B and 1C and don't move the building, I would be willing to choose between one of those. And then it just becomes purely a choice between, do we want to net 53 spaces or 87 and the financial cost between those. So if we're not moving the building, but using the smaller footprint, we get a larger park. We get a lot more green space.
Yeah, but you also have constraints within the garage.
Yeah, I too.
So
I don't make.
if we're going to do the park, we need the bigger garage. I'm not going to support what you
Sorry,
just said,
we're calling-
Anthony.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I just spoke out of turn.
We're calling this a park, okay?
Yeah.
We're calling this a park. Well, I live downtown. I have neighbors that live downtown, okay? I mean, a park. Right now, we're having some issues in my neighborhood about people using parks for not just sitting in the afternoon. And I think that would also perhaps add to the to the issue that we have downtown. So I stand fast about the house. I really do. And I know Mr. Sigrid disagrees with me, and I know Ms. May.
Then why don't we vote on the house?
Can we
Let's vote
go
on
back to my 4.5 levels? I think that's what we were trying to get through.
I apologize, Sarah. I derailed that. I will support 4.5 levels.
Thank you,
Okay.
Anthony.
Okay, so we have consensus for 4.5 levels.
Nope,
No.
not for me.
Okay, but
Okay, but we have consensus.
What was your 4? You want 4?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. So that consensus for 4.5 levels is 4-1.
Okay, thank you. So now we talk about, do we move the house or don't we move the house? And Mr. Segrich, with all due respect, I've been involved in this fight for a very long time. And
I mean,
it is my neighborhood, and I think I do have a feeling about that. And I think that it's much better to look at a house than the rear end of a parking garage. Ms. May?
Just in terms of the house, and it for me, it's simply a financial decision. It's just financially does not make sense you could build an office space for less money than that. And I was in there the other day, and if there's no conference room, you'd have to put in an elevator. The hallways are too small. It's not fit for what they're using it for right now. So to move it and try to retrofit it to put a round peg in a square hole, it doesn't make sense. I get the idea of saving historic buildings. I do. I just don't think this one makes sense.
But I also, that's
my opinion. You don't have to argue with it. I'm just stating why I'm not voting
Right,
for
and
it.
I understand that. That's fair enough statement. But again, and I understand that. I understand the position. It's not an unreasonable position. But again, from the neighborhood standpoint, I just think to have nothing but empty green space downtown is perhaps asking for something that unintended consequence.
Madam Mayor, my hand is up. I just had
Oh,
one.
so yep, thank you.
It's okay. So
Madam
going back
Clerk, are
to,
you keeping track of this time for us?
We got to make this decision.
I know we do.
Yes,
Well,
we're at 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
I just wanted to give some insight to what Commissioner May just said. And I hear what you're saying in regards to the investment. But if you take what's left over in each scenario, now that we've chosen 4.5 levels, and you take 393 million off of 1.3 million, that leaves us with essentially $1 million. On
I still
option
think it's a
one,
waste of money to put it
Hang
into
on.
the house. You're not going to convince me.
hang on, that's option 1B. If you look at option 2B and you take out the 900,000 that's technically going to be left over from the park, that leaves us at 1.4. So we're really talking about $400,000 essentially between the two options, between moving the house and the park.
That's interesting.
So that's $400,000 is what it comes down to.
Explain that again.
So on option 1B, it says that if we did that, we would be above budget 1.3 million. If you take out the 393,000 that's left over from moving the house, you're essentially at $1 million over budget.
No, because that money at the bottom is not added into that.
Yeah, 1.3 is not, it does not include the.
1.3 is
I
over
understand
the
that.
8.5, not
wait.
including the 1.16.
So I think what.
I
Commissioner
understand that.
It's the 1.3 million minus the green remaining funds,
Thank you.
around $1 million.
Okay.
Whereas the
Leaves us
2.6
at-
million minus the 910,000, it's 1.5 million. So the difference is that $400,000 to $500,000 that she was referring to.
Right, which is
Between
why I
two
didn't originally want the 4.5 stories, because again, I thought we could use the money for something else.
Thank you, Brent. But essentially, we're looking at $500,000 difference between the two.
Well, thank you.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Math not being my strong point.
I know, I appreciate your math, which is why I originally didn't want 4.5.
Okay. All right, Ms. May, your light is on?
Not anymore.
Okay. Okay, so
But I do think we should listen to the card.
we have cards now, I know. The cards, we have plenty of cards. Well, do we have we don't have
I'm
pending.
sorry, Madam Mayor, did we ever finish the consensus about moving the house?
No,
No.
that's what we're talking about right now. We don't have a motion currently on the floor about that.
Do we want to listen to public comment and then make that
That's what we're gonna
decision?
do right now. Even though we don't have a motion on the floor. Okay, we'll let it go. David Sims, followed by Catherine Colmeyer.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. First thing I want to say is, I've said it before, we can't forget when we built the Bohemian Garage, people weren't saying, oh, we're going to build this garage and the bottom half is going to be empty and we're going to lose money on it. I'm sure they were like enthusiastic and thinking, we're going to build this garage. The top half will be for the residents. And then that's the bottom half left that the public can park in and it'll be fine. Well, it's not fine. You spent a lot of money on it and the revenue you're getting isn't covering the cost. And now you're committing a lot of money. You remember it was 8.9 million and the 8.9 million option isn't big enough. So you got to go bigger to like 11 million and then the other options for option 2 for 9.7 to 12.4 million. You got these huge amounts of money and you got to build 119 spaces just to break even. I'm totally against this and I'm totally against that house being destroyed. So if you're not going to keep the house where it is, you really got to move it. And then finally, to respond to Commissioner Segrich about the creative way, it's like, well, the public works money, we don't have to spend that. We can borrow for that and spend that on this. If you're borrowing for the public works, you're still borrowing money. I mean, you're borrowing for the public works to borrow less for the garage. The city's still borrowing the same amount of money. So it doesn't, that creative thinking doesn't get you anywhere. I'm opposed to this, the garage the way it is. I don't think you could consensus on anything, to commit to moving forward. I think you ought to just think about, other ways to resolve the parking issues. Please don't approve this.
Thank you, Ms. Colmeyer.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. Just for to clarify, Commissioner Segrich, this is a P3. The original P3 had the moving, I think it was 2 or 3 houses, and it was 8.5 million. So, and that's what you had the original meetings about. I don't know if it fulfills the legal requirements of a P3, but I think it's a little bit shady. I'm very concerned to hear Commissioner Segrich talk about the city finances in the way he does. It's reckless. It doesn't have any respect for this. Our tax money he's talking about. It's not his piggy bank money. Oh, we'll just take this from there and put it there. And oh, we can borrow from here. And oh, we got all this money, 7.3, we got more than we thought. $7.3 million is nothing if there's a big hurricane, as Jamie said. You know, you need to have reserves if you're a city, because things happen, emergencies happen. And so it's not just free money sitting out there that you can spend willy-nilly. There are, according to Ginny and a couple of residents, 546 spaces, commercial spaces that are empty at night. I think if I was on this commission, I would be embarrassed to spend all this money, millions of dollars in a parking garage, and you drive around town and there's a wasteland of empty parking spaces at night. Now, Commissioner Segrich said, be creative. I say be creative, negotiate with business owners and church owners about leasing or using those parking spaces that are not used at night for the most part. And Commissioner Segrich said you can't force people to work with you. No, but you can negotiate with people. You can offer them a deal. It's going to be so much cheaper and you're not going to be wasting money. And if you have a sustainability fund, putting a huge building made of concrete is not sustainable.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Followed by Ramsey McLeod. Followed by Johnson.
I'm glad Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. I'm glad I didn't spend too much time today writing my notes because, again, it'd probably be out the window. But I will say last weekend, we had 1,200 people in Lake Worth Beach for the No Kings rally. Nobody, I knew quite a few people there. Nobody said they had trouble finding a parking space. And a lot of those people went to lunch afterwards. So just saying, Catherine stole my thunder a little bit on the 546 parking spaces, did an inventory, rough inventory of all the places where people could park. And that doesn't even include the street parking if you expand to 3rd Avenue North and 2nd Avenue South. Didn't count any extra street parking if you expand the boundary of the parking study. So I just think that we should consider waiting a couple of years, implementing this, and save our pennies and see where we are in 2 years. I mean, we already, if you really think we need more spaces in a parking garage, and it is ridiculous for a net of 26 spaces to build a garage as has been proposed. I'm not in favor of a garage, but I mean, really, you look at the numbers and it's crazy. Plus, as I've said before, we probably spend $500,000 arguing over the design. I don't know if that's a flat rate or every time Brent comes here and spends 10 hours putting together a presentation, that's coming out of $1 million that Mr. Weiner has put in for his share. This is just crazy. Yes, negotiate with these people. And this is an underestimate. Use the circuit or some sort of shuttle to pick people up at designated stops along that route. Just expand the boundary of a little bit and look at these places seriously. I don't know if we ever seriously tried to negotiate with them, but that's what we need to do.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Ramsey McLeod, followed by John Searcy. Do you have any comment cards, ma'am? No, you don't.
That's correct. I don't have any comments.
Okay.
Let me do this. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I am a supporter of sticking with the original design and plans we agreed to with WMOTA for the financing and constructing of this garage. I am not in favor of maxing out this space for parking, and I am in favor of moving the 17 South M Street structure to in front of the garage. This is the only thing, answering yourself about moving it or not, Mr. Segrich. Well, you haven't even offered an alternative office space for the parking department or leisure services. You're just, no, don't move the building. And I understand the cost really rubs you the wrong way, Commissioner May, but you haven't come up with any option for office space for employees either. So for me, I'm supporting it, but I'd like to see parking in there. I think the structure is large enough for that staff. They don't live in that building. They're constantly on the streets. So the use inside would be cut down to a minimum. I can stomach being 400,000 in the red upon completion, if that really works out to be the amount when it's done. I am not, however, for going to depth to the tune of $1 to $4 million upon completion. We need to ensure there is enough funding available through this funding cycle to be able to complete the unfunded capital projects for a total cost of $6.858 million. Several items on that list have been needing action for quite some time, literally years. I am certain that by the time we reach the end of this fiscal cycle, the cost will be closer to $7 million for these projects. That would only leave $337,988 left from the uncommitted funds source. Certainly not enough for any of the indebtedness from the more costly versions of this garage. However, the big plus is that these monies could be applied against the 400,000 debt from the option 1A, leaving the city short only $22,012. I understand, Commissioner Segrich, you want to base your decision on the lowest per parking space cost. But in this instance, that option is not the most fiscally responsible because of the large negative cost to the city in the long run. I support option 1A. However, if we can find a funding source and do it, 1B is something that I'm open to too. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sergi, followed by Peggy Fisher.
All right. This is on. Great. John Zerdy, 217 South Palm Way.
Into it, you have a soft voice.
Yes, I do. So I was putting my comments together this afternoon and seems like they're still appropriate. But sustainability, it's much more sustainable to have a garage than an ocean of asphalt out there. So that's really what you're trading off. And you're getting more people downtown. It's not just, are we having a garage or are we not having a garage? It's all of that together. 1B does need about $900,000 more to get to 58. And it relocates the building for leisure services and other. It may be tough to maybe fit them in there. I don't know if an analysis was made. Can they use that building successfully or not? I think that might have been taken into consideration by the architectural firm here as it's part of the option. And then I wouldn't compare 4.5. I would compare parking spaces to parking spaces. So 1B, compare it to 2A. Difference is 2 spaces. So what is the difference? It's about $900,000 more for the 1B. You need $300,000 over budget for 2A. To me, since you're not demolishing the building, there's just all this discussion about the building. There's still plenty of room around the relocated house if it's to be put there, because the other smaller building doesn't have to be there either, right? So you still can have a combination when you have eyes on everybody. The building would be there as well. And I think that, that would be, you could use a little bit of the uncommitted funds. I think you guys are going to be creative. There is some money somewhere there in some of those other avenues, but there is still some there in time, because you do have to think about the future. This is not about how many spaces and take circuit rides and so on. It is really about the future that we've talked about from time and time again here. So you get the goal of 250 spaces. That was in your study. You get mixed use compliance. You get historic preservation. You get a place for leisure staff and other staff that's needed. Where would you put them? You'd have to buy some other building or maybe pay some more rent. The deal over there for the utilities over there in the other building on North Federal, that doesn't really work that great. So you're still going to have to spend more money. It's not just the difference between the two. I think it's pretty much a even Steven. So I would think 1B could be the more successful one that would satisfy public comment, legal issues, maybe other
Thank
things.
you. That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. One thing I haven't heard on any of these discussions, other than a little bit from Commissioner May, is really what the condition of the house is inside and what needs to be done to make it useful, not as a home, not as a renovated home, but as office spaces. And if you're not going to use it for office spaces, then you have to come up with where to put people. So far in 3 years, and that's not even including 2025, $500,000 for the utilities customer service rent. So you need to look at that. My other question that hasn't been addressed is, where are all the vehicles that Leisure Services has going to be parked? If you go by Leisure Services right now and you walk by the side along where the parking is, that's behind where parking used to be, you will see 7, 8 vehicles plus trailer. Where is all that going to be? Because I haven't heard any of that. And the other question I have is electrical vehicle parking. At one point, there were EV stations towards the north end of the parking garage.
But I remember the attorney saying that state law has changed and we don't need to put electrical vehicle charging stations in parking garages. So are we not doing that so that we don't have to pay the extra fire suppression type system for that? Thank you.
Okay. So we have decided one thing, now we have to decide the second thing.
My hand is up, Miss, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, it's hard to see. Thank you. Ms. Faliga?
I would like to make a motion for approval for option 1B.
Do I have a second? Calling again for a second. I'm going to pass the gavel and I will second it. You want all the public comment? I think I would support that. So
It seems like the meeting in the middle, like I said, now that we've broken down what the real cost is, and it's 4.5 levels, it fulfills our obligation and fulfills the need to keep the historical building. I was open to either. I've been very clear since the beginning that I was very supportive of moving the building if it meant financial sense. And to me, to satisfy the desires of the community for $500,000, it is above budget. We do have some small pots of extra money that we can draw from without draining them. And I think that this is the most fiscally responsible and responsible to the community option is 1B. Which is funny because in the beginning I was going to be all about option 2A. So I've pivoted.
as have I. Okay, Mr. Segrich, his hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be in support of 1B if we don't move the property.
Well, 1B is moving the property.
I understand that, but they didn't put in an option of a smaller footprint without moving the property. I would be in favor of small footprint. Don't move the property. It will save us an additional $500,000.
Okay, that's not currently the motion.
I'm just explaining my comments. That's all. I am not in support of the motion. I would be in support of 1B minus the property.
And Anthony, I understand your point, but you know that as an elected, I feel that I have an obligation to fulfill the desires of the community. And we've already lost the majority of the buildings that were part of the original agreement and the original intent of all those historical buildings. And it is, it is $500,000, which is not a drop in the bucket, but $500,000 to save the historical building. And as Mr. Zerdy had just said, there is an obligation for us still have to pay leisure services to be somewhere. And to me, that cost is going to supersede over time if we have to rent from somebody or build another building for leisure services, the obligation. So I think that this is just a common meeting in the middle, and that's what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to find consensus.
I understand your comment. I would disagree on the financials of putting leisure services somewhere. I think Peggy Fisher brought up a great point. Where are all their vehicles going to go? It's non-conducive. Their vehicles are going to be away from that office. So that office will never be conducive in that location for leisure services. So, leisure services, 1900 is a great choice, somewhere west of the city, somewhere that doesn't cost us almost $1 million for an 8-person office. We could buy another building for that. West, north, there's plenty for sale. And the concern of where are their vehicles going to go? Where's the van? Where's the trailer going to go? It's not going to go there. It's not going to go in the garage. So now you're going to have an office away from the vehicles they use, which is going to be non-conducive, which means we're essentially, it's not about leisure services. It's about a building that is a chopped up office space as it exists today. It's been completely redone. There is probably not a historic bone in that building except for maybe the studs. The outside is all new material. The windows are all new material. The inside is all new material. I was at a historic preservation board meeting where our staff said what keeps the character and qualities of a historic building is the age of the materials. I'd like to hear from staff about the age of the materials of that building and whether it keeps the character and quality. It's a new building that looks historic. So why not just build a new building there? I hear the mayor say, I want a building there versus a park. I personally disagree. People I've talked to disagree. However, if you want a building there versus a park, let's not spend $750,000, $760,000 moving one. Let's build a brand new building that can be purpose built. We could put a PBSO substation there. We could put something there. It's not going to be leisure services with their equipment, but it could be purpose built, and it could be wonderful and gorgeous and look historic and provide that buffer. I just can't, I understand compromise, and there are some things that I can compromise on, and I'm compromising on the number of spaces and all of that. I just do not see anything redeeming on that building, and all of the reasons presented. It's not going to be leisure services. It's a new building, essentially.
Thank you.
I can't
Okay,
get there.
so
Call the question.
Yes, we have a motion on the floor to approve 1B as it stands. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
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 So you'd rather cut it down? Okay. Surprising, but well, you're voting to knock the building.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yep.
I would like to move that we do 1B and do not move the building and have a larger park.
Is there a second?
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand 1B. So 258 spaces. Smaller footprint, but larger park.
It was purely based on the finances. I mean, my choice would be to do 2B.
So would I.
Okay, I move to do 2B.
Second.
Nay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey.
So that's why I moved to do 1B with the park. I don't know if it's financial or if we're stuck on the building. And
Well, let's try it. Put it through again.
I would like to move, we do choice 1B without moving the building.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. And
Wait, we didn't
Please,
hear Sarah's vote.
Sarah?
Nay.
Any other motions?
I would make a motion to revisit, I don't know what the right thing is, but the previous vote for 1B, I would vote in favor of that,
So making,
as is. I move that we vote for 1B, I guess.
do I have a second?
Wait, can we put the same motion through twice? I mean, I'm not saying we can't. I just want to double check that it's legal.
Technically, yes. If you wanted to count it as a motion to reconsider that.
But he can't do it because he lost.
Motion to he voted nay, so I have to, I'll make can I make a new motion?
Well, so the
You can
motion didn't
reconsider
carry,
it.
So anybody on the prevailing side, anybody.
Okay,
against
so
it.
Sarah could read it, yeah.
Mr. McVoy is prevailing on that motion.
Sarah, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to.
Wait.
Oh, yeah,
wait.
he can. That's right. He said no, so we won.
Oh, okay, so Mr. McVoy can make the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's a motion to reconsider the option for 1B. And then you all vote on that motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Motion to reconsider voting on 1B.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, are we voting on reconsidering or are we voting on 1B? Oh, no.
Okay. So we have 3 ayes.
I'm an aye.
We're reconsidering. Sarah's also an aye. Now we need one more motion.
And I guess my motion is to.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. So that's 3-2 aye, and the
Motion to
that's
reconsider.
the motion to reconsider, and the nays were Commissioners May and Segridge.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a new motion starting.
Motion to vote on 1B.
Do I have a second?
Second, but can I just make a change to it?
Yeah.
So motion to approve a motion to approve 1B with taking the remaining funds from penny sales tax that will need to cover the difference in the cost. $1 million.
I'm looking to our finance director, who is shaking his yes, that's appropriate.
So that would be the motion that I would ask Commissioner McVoy to amend.
It's the money that's used for parking.
Okay.
Okay.
Is okay like a second?
Do I have to state it again?
Just say, yeah, 1B, just
1B with the,
in favor of 1B.
in favor of 1B.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second, using the penny sales tax to cover the $1 million difference.
Will you agree to that? He said, yeah.
I guess so.
Okay, yes, he said, oh, that's what he said, sure. Okay, so all in favor of that motion, signify by everything aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. So it passes 3-2, and you have your direction.
And we have direction on where to get the funds from, right?
Yes, we do.
Thank
Yes,
you.
So much. I will state, these are all our targets or our contingencies built in. My effort, now that we have your direction,
Thank
is
you.
to try to get it
Nail it,
lower
narrow it down.
as much as possible, and I'll keep you guys updated on how it goes.
Don't value engineer it so that there's big
No,
mistakes,
I
like
think
water coming in under the
Over the
doors.
course of several meetings, I've gotten some idea of the intention, so we'll try to do our best.
And then, you know, Brent, the fact that you are a neighbor really does make this, our relationship, it's great. I mean, the city and you, because you have a vested interest.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, thank you. All right, so what's up next?
I vote Brent gets to go home and go to bed.
I definitely will
I'd
be happy
second
to
that.
I
stop
second.
taking cough drops and start taking NyQuil.
Oh, go
Thank you.
home. Go home and take some NyQuil.
Oh, I thought it was a
thank
general
you.
motion that we could all go.
No, we have
that's
new,
what's-
2 new businesses and a bunch of reports.
New business, ordinance 25-17, first reading. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2025-17, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 6 environmental regulations, section 23.6-1 landscape regulations, paragraph P related to penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit, and providing for severability, complex codification, and effective date.
Thank you. We have no comment cards, okay?
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second, but I see Anthony's hand is up.
Yeah, and I have a question too, so thank you for letting me know about the end. Oh, there we are, they're back. They're back.
Both their hands are up.
Okay, Ms. Malega, is your hand up to make a comment?
What? What? Now it's back.
Okay, we had who did the second?
Yes, yes, it is.
And who did the second? You did the second?
No, I did the first.
She did the second. Okay, thank you. So your comment, Ms. Malega?
Anthony's hand was up first.
Okay. Mr. Segridge? I see your.
Thank you, Mayor. So I originally tried to bring this up, and I had many discussions with the city manager and staff on this particular topic. And I wanted to bring up in a little bit of a different light versus how staff has presented it. I understand that what his staff is presenting is how staff has interpreted our code. However, the Supreme Court has stated that if a code is ambiguous, it must be interpreted in favor of the property owner. This has been upheld. The original way this was worded was that there was a base fine, and then if the tree was not survivable, there would be a fine according to the table below based on DBH and per inch. Nowhere in our code did it establish what that base fine was. And if the base fine was meant to be worded off the table below, why not just say that? Our own staff has said that this was ambiguous. By virtue that we're bringing it up, it's ambiguous. And so I believe our original interpretation of this was flawed and that it is onerous. Additionally, I've asked for, because I was told that this is how other towns do it. I've asked for that information. I have not received it. I have not had the time to do the research myself on it. But I'm pretty disappointed in the way that this came forward. And I think the way that staff is interpreting it is incorrect.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not done yet, Mayor. So I would like to see this change, and I would like to see us establish what a reasonable base rate would be for the fine and have that included in our fee schedule. So I'm in favor of leaving the ordinance as written originally and just add the base rate fine into our fee schedule. And then we as a commission can have staff come back with the appropriate research as to what other towns do and what is reasonable for a base rate. Because we have citizens and residents right now being fined tens of thousands of dollars for a tree that's going to survive. They're being required to put together a 5-year plan for a tree that's going to survive. They're being required to pay a landscaper to go ahead and care for that tree for a tree that's going to survive. And they're being required to pay an arborist for that plan and for the check-ins. So I think the way that staff has come back with this is onerous and is very much anti-resident and anti-business. And this is a common mistake that people make. And specifically, I'm talking about hat racking. We have Dunkin' Donuts that hat racked their crepe myrtles. Some call it crepe murder, the way they did it. But there are other industry professionals that say that that's the way you treat those trees. And they're probably facing hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines. So I think the way that staff has presented this, I would like to see our code stay the same. And let's add a reasonable base rate fine into our fee schedule. And we need the research. And without the research, I can't vote for this.
Thank you. I'm going to make a comment. I know there's lights on, but I just want to also, I was very confused about the, it says fine or fee per inch. And I didn't know if it was, I thought that was confusing. I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Segrich about the onerousness of things because people are like getting, hey, it's Saturday, let's cut down the trees, right? I went through this right in my own neighborhood. I went out there like a screaming banshee. It was a little embarrassing. So I think, and there is too much cutting down of trees. Okay. It's very easy. So in terms of the onerousness, yeah, I think if people know there's no consequence, then they're just not going to care. So if there is a big consequence, maybe we should advertise more about don't cut down your trees. But I think that we need to be tough on people cutting down their trees. But I also think that when it says fine or fee per inch, are we fining them or are we giving them a fee? I didn't think that really worked too well. I agree that we should have some sort of, whether it's a base fine or something, but I just found that sort of confusing. And thought, well, maybe it's in the fee schedule, but I don't think it is in the fee schedule. I also on line 65, if the development review official deems the tree salvageable. So I have two questions about that. One is the development review official is probably not a certified arborist. So can he make that decision based on the advice he gets from an arborist?
In your code, when a specific office is used, for example, the city manager or the development review official, it is that person or their designee.
Well, it doesn't say.
It's in the definition of the term.
Okay, because that seems like I wouldn't want someone who's with all due respect, a planner making a decision about a tree. So I was curious. I was concerned about I was concerned about the qualifications, that somebody could challenge that. But if we have, but I think we need to be careful and not have, someone that's not.
And the development review official is a position that's built in to have staff that informs those decisions in accordance with the code as well. And so, and it's the development review official who has the final decision-making authority for administrative decisions under the LDRs.
Based on the information they've gotten from the, okay, that makes sense. I thought that was actually, okay. The other thing, when you go down to line 74, if the development review official deems the tree unsalvageable, penalties are leveled in addition to replacement. So that's sort of confusing because now we're talking about penalties in addition to replacement. Inch for inch, I mean, the tree that was just cut down, they're not going to put that big a tree in there. They put a little tree in there now. And I think that's all over the city. So, and if the official deems the tree unsalvageable, most of the time I find that when we have a situation where someone has cut down a tree, they don't go to the city. They just on the weekend take out the chainsaw. So, I would think that a tree who's been cut down would be considered unsalvageable. But then penalties are leveled, and we don't know what the penalties are. So I do agree with Mr. Segrich about that. So it's after it's cut, how can it would have to be unsalvageable. So those were the kind of things that I had a little trouble with. And I do think that it's got to be clear. You're going to pay a penalty and you're going to pay, you can pay a penalty and a replacement cost, or penalty and a replacement tree. This, it's if it's a 6-inch tree, it'll cost you 6 times $360. I could try to do a round number, probably, but how much? 6-inch tree. If it's a 6-inch tree, it's $60 an inch.
Because it said less than 6. The top one's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was looking at the first one. No,
Not less than or equal to.
fine. I did learn that one. No, I was just looking at using that as an example. Yeah. So, or a 9 by 12, $100 per inch. So I think I agree with Mr. Segrich that we need to sort of clarify penalty versus fine or fee or replacement. But I don't think that, I think that there should be some onerous, I had some guy call me that the city was all over him about cutting down this tree, and it was a single family, statute says you can't do it. Well, then I looked up his property and it was a triplex. And he had cut down, apparently somewhere downtown, he had cut down a tree and was very upset about it. But then I wrote him back. I said, hey, dude, I looked up the statute. You're wrong. So I don't know what happened with that. But I just think, I'm not going to prattle on more, but I just think it should be a little clearer.
So the intent here is to clarify that the penalty is the penalty calculated pursuant to this table. And if the tree is unsalvageable and you also have to mitigate by either replanting and paying a portion of a fee, or paying the fee in whole instead of doing any replanting, that calculation is in the table under the mitigation cost that's earlier in this chapter, but it mirrors this table. They're the same. The penalty is intended to be basically double the mitigation cost.
Okay. And unless it's impossible to put a tree in the place, I think that the first option should be replace the tree.
It is.
Because you just said, you can put the money into the fine if you don't replant the tree. So who determines who replants the tree or not? You're talking
William
trees
Waters
here.
again, with past practice, has been negotiations with the property owner, whether they can replace the tree, because the fee section that Elizabeth was just mentioning above, the mitigation costs, which do mirror the same table, can be a combination of replacing trees to the same caliper. If you have a 20-inch caliper tree, you can't find a 20-inch caliper tree, but you could find 4 or 5-inch caliper trees and get to 20. Or you could plant maybe 1 or 2 trees and pay the difference. Or we are working out a mechanism where you could plant trees on city property that equal the mitigation requirement and not pay a fee. We had hired a landscape planner, and we had started down the road of making some substantive recommendations on the landscape code. The landscape code has been in effect for about 17 years. Mr. McVoy may remember, I think Gail Silverblatt was leading the charge on it being written, and Martin Slabowski, who predated Dave McGrew, was the
Martin.
one that implemented all this. And so it has not been substantially changed. It was brought over in total in its entirety when we adopted the new Land Development Code in 2013. It has been implemented and precedented the same way ever since day one. And maybe there's ambiguity for some people, but we've instituted it the same way. What I was hoping to get to was a little bit more discretion from the development review official, which I serve in that position with help from other people, in terms of how the penalty is applied. Because if a tree is still going to stay and can be salvaged, and there have been some precedent here and there where if a tree is severely hat-racked, but can survive and through the mitigation program, then maybe it isn't appropriate to fine them their entire penalty. As a nod to Commissioner Sedgwich's assertion that he doesn't have the information, it is difficult to get at how other communities handle this. We did contact IPARC and we got responses back from 5 communities. They are all over the place. Some communities have a higher penalty, but there seems to be nebulous at best documentation as to whether it's ever been implemented. There are others that have dealt with them, like we don't even talk about mangroves, but there's a gigantic fee if those are cut without a permit. And so we did want to look at it holistically to come back with something more comprehensive, but our landscape planner did not survive probation, unfortunately. And so we're kind of having to start back. And so this gets us a little bit of discretion from the development review official. It doesn't get us all that we need. And we would like to try to bring you back something within the next 6 months or so. But as you are aware, we also are losing Annie. This was her last commission meeting. So I'm a little under the gun and the holidays are coming up. So we're going to try to have you something in the next 6 months. The Tree and Landscape Board will be involved, but as you know, we do love our trees in Lake Worth Beach, and having a fairly high onerous deterrent of a penalty to hopefully stimulate people not to cut their trees down by facing a penalty is where the preponderance of the public has fallen. Taking that into consideration, there is not much room in our code to deal with how you treat trees. And I appreciate Mr. Sedgwick brought up the crepe myrtles. My hometown near the hog farm had the annual crepe myrtle festival, and crepe myrtles only bloom on their new growth. So many of them are cut back and look like they've been hat racked to death. So in the spring, when they sprout new growth, they will have a whole coverage of blossoms. That's not how they treat them down here.
Right.
Fruit trees are pruned or differently than regular trees. We have no consideration for that type of activity in our landscape code. And so we have some, but it's not to the extent that I would like it. And we also don't have as complete a list of the invasive species of trees. Like a native tree is a strangler fig, but it only really survives if it kills another tree. That needs some consideration. So we would like to clear that up and make some considerations that are more explicit when it comes to how you treat fruit trees versus deciduous trees or palms and whatever we don't consider.
So specify the different, for this, it's one.
Some activities, yes, to have it be more clear so that when we are trying to implement all of this, there is some discretion for the penalty and then also the in lieu of payments. We don't have a formalized program to plant the in lieu of trees on city property, and we kind of need that. We would like to have, pardon? Well, that's up to you. We're working along in terms of our precedent of how this has been interpreted and enforced as it's more expressly explained in the changes that Elizabeth and staff put together. So you could approve what's presented to you tonight and not a whole lot's going to change. There's a little more discretion for the DRO than there was before, or you could not, you could table it and things are continued down the same road they already are. It's up to you.
Okay, Sarah, have you had a chance? Sarah, have you had a chance to speak yet?
No, ma'am, not on this.
Okay, could you, and I see your hand is up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. A couple of things. So I don't even know how to start this conversation. So we had the CRA and Habitat for Humanity came before us in regards to the fact that they cannot get a certificate of occupancy because trees were cut down when they were making some changes to property for affordable housing. they still have not been resolved. So that's one problem that we have. And I don't see any language in here addressing that. I would like to address line 57. If a historic specimen or champion tree is removed, the fine penalty shall be $2,000 per inch. That is ridiculous. And we are in a time when people can't, and I understand we want to protect our tree canopy, and we maybe just need to do a better job in educating people. Because if you move from another state and you come here, other states are not as enforceful as we are when it comes to things like trimming trees, cutting back bushes, especially up in the Midwest. And I think that sometimes a lot of it has to do with education.
Tell people.
Well, that's what I'm saying, education. So I'm not big into fining somebody for something that they didn't know about. You know,
which is something I say all the time about some of our ordinances.
But if it's somebody that's a, you know, an habitual offender, absolutely.
I don't,
there's got to be levels. But I think that this is far reaching. I'm not a big fan of heavy fines, especially in today's financial society. And I hate to say this, but if we have somebody who's trying to take care of their property and they, unbeknownst to them, cut back a tree too far, or they didn't know what hat racking was, I would rather that than somebody who has an overgrown property, who's not maintaining their property, and they really need to have a code violation. So I think that this is heavy-handed when it comes to the dollar amount per inch, because I mean, $400 if it's 18 inches or greater per inch, that's ridiculous. I don't think that this is something that we as a city should be known for. We should be known for more of planting more trees, encouraging tree growth, and replacement of trees. I did want to question another line, and I have to put my other glasses on to see this, so please give me a minute. I'm between two pairs right now. There's a reference in regards to a line item in here that I could not find, and I'm wondering, on line number 77, the tree specified in subsection M7C shall be paid into the tree canopy. What is M7C? It's not part of the backup.
Right.
Sorry, that's the mitigation section that Elizabeth was mentioning earlier. Also, bring to your attention, we only have one officially designated historic specimen or champion tree, and that's part of the banyan tree development on between 2nd and 3rd Avenue North along A Street. So there was only one tree that falls under that penalty. It was determined that the process to designate those under the original landscape code was illegal because there was no public process and no formal notification of the staff. And I think maybe Mr. McVoy and Mayor Resch remember what we had to pay for our taking of that tree. It is still there. And we now have a formal hearing process like you would designate a house. So it would never get designated or deemed either a specimen, landmark, or historic without a public process and having something placed on the property. We don't have a list of potential ones. There, if a couple that people would like to bring forward, we'll talk about that a different day. It's a little late.
Okay, so going back to that question on 77, if the replacement tree cannot be located on site, the full cost or replacement of the tree can be paid into the tree canopy. Isn't this something then that the CRA, the habitat people could do to get their certificate of occupancy if we
Yes, but
if we
they've been
approve this?
unwilling to pay that fee.
Well, is that what is the current fee?
I don't remember what it is, but it's like over $15,000. But there is a pending ordinance draft that's sitting with
on your
others
desk
besides me that will address that specific item, and it's been drafted. I don't know how long. It's been a while. And then that in the section you're mentioning on 77 is where we would like, referring back, a mechanism to put those in lieu of trees on city property versus the only option is to pay.
Okay, so why wasn't that, if that's a tree ordinance, why wasn't it just combined with this one, the one that's sitting on your desk?
A chance to get that. I can only get so many LDR changes handled at one time with Elizabeth and the help. And if you recall the one that was reviewed at the last meeting, it was over 1,000 pages long.
No, but I'm saying if it pertained to trees, what shouldn't it have been included with this?
You'll have to, I was in Italy when this was put together.
Oh, buongiorno. Okay, so I don't know if anybody else thinks that the fines are heavy, but I think that these fines per inch,
From the
Are-
stuff we found, we are the second highest that I could find.
it's ridiculous. I mean, and then it jumps from, the first one is 60 and then it goes to 80. So there's a $20 increase and another $20 increase, and then we're doubling the fine for residential. And I think that's crazy. So I think that this is far reaching, and I would like to see the fines brought down.
Thank you. And the one thing I see your lights on, and I know that Mr. Segridge, it says a person who violates this section shall pay to the city. Is there any difference? And again, we have kind of a piece of this ordinance here. Is there a difference between cutting a tree down or just badly hat racking it? I mean, when you say violate, is that
There's some difference. If the tree's been cut down, it's really probably can't be saved. And there are levels in the code on the condition of a tree that's been removed, whether it's a 50% tree or 90% tree or less than 50% tree, and how you replace it. And also the arborist report that's due in the mitigation process. You can severely hat rack a tree potentially, but then create a program with the help of an arborist. That's usually a 5-year program stipulated by the special magistrate on how to bring it back.
And other cities do this.
And we have, some cities do this,
Mhm.
not all.
Mhm.
Again, we do have the second most onerous fines, and I wasn't able to find out how often other cities implement the whole fine. But I'll give you an example of where we do have another problem, is we have a
good.
developer who was deemed penalties for having tree mitigation issues for trees that were removed. They weren't able to pay in a timely fashion, and their project is kind of stalled. Though the special magistrates have not been overly conducive to putting or interested in putting appropriate fines on life safety issues, they did done this guy $250 per day for each one of 3 properties for not having paid that fine. So he's got $80,000 plus on each of 3 properties for not having paid his replacement in lieu of fee, which we're going to be looking at that as well, because if we have life safety issues and you can only charge, if the matter is only assigning $75 a day, I think that's much more of a problem than someone not having paid their in lieu of fee, because the in lieu of fee does go against their property. It's a long story. I don't want to get into
Yeah.
tonight, but we have a blankety blank show with how this has been implemented. And we also, on top of that, the whole co-compliance process.
Mhm.
And so we wanted to take some time to try to remedy some of this stuff and get it before you, but this was brought for you at a sense of urgency at the direction of someone.
Somebody somewhere said do it. Mr. McVoy, Mr. McVoy first. He hasn't spoken, and then Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. I think as we consider what is ridiculous, what is excessive, what is whatever, I think you have to weigh in both what the city currently looks like, and you have to weigh in how long it takes to grow a 100-year tree. It's fairly close to 100 years. When you cut them down, we talk about replacement, but you can't replace that. A tree that is that sort of size provides a lot of shade, a lot of benefit, maybe providing that to the sidewalks, and maybe providing that to the road, maybe providing that to runners, to walkers, whatever. And there's no way to get that back in any reasonable amount of time. So I'm not a legal guy, but that to me, when you cut down a big enough tree, that is in the irreparable harm. There's not a way that you can fix that. And that gets me to my other point that I made. When you look at our city, and I get comments from residents on a regular basis, they've cut another tree down. They've cut another tree down. And when you go around the city, there are very few areas that have a reasonable tree canopy. And I would differ some from the statement that was made earlier that, oh, we're very different here than in the Midwest or in other places. Almost every other city in the Midwest, or in my case, in the Northeast, tree canopies are much greater than anything we see here. and they are protected. If you go to Coral Gables, they specifically went out of their way to have a tree canopy that's pretty impressive. We could have that, but we don't. And part of the reason that we don't is that we're kind of lackadaisical about making sure that people know and enforcing mistreating trees. I would be inclined to table this where it is and to hopefully get an acknowledgement from my colleagues that in terms of quote unquote being a tree city, as we've filed our paperwork to do, we are not a tree city in any serious sense of that word. And we have a long way to go, and it should be a combination of education and rules. And they need to be effective. Whatever we've been doing, whether it's because it gets watered down at the magistrate level or because it wasn't good enough or lack of education, whatever it is, the empirical results is that we do not have a very decent tree canopy in most of our city, which is residential. And so I think we have quite a bit more work. I kind of agree with the sentiment that maybe we ought to combine this with, sit tight on this, combine it with other things, and really get some input from other places. Hey, if our goal is, as we say, we love trees, well, when people say they love trees, but there's no trees to be seen, it's not very persuasive. And yes, Mayor, obviously there are trees here, but in terms of what the tree canopy could be, it's I think pathetic is not a bad word. And so I would say let's get some additional advice, figure out a cohesive overall package and come back to it. So I would make a motion to table it.
You've made a motion. Does that need a second?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, we already have a motion on the floor.
I don't think he can do that because I made the motion.
Yeah, there's a, okay.
But
Forgot
can,
about
can I repeal my motion without us voting on it?
Yes.
So I will
withdraw it.
repeal my motion and then I'll make a motion to table this to
I'm
time
sorry, we
specific.
need the seconder to also
Yeah.
rescind the
Seconder?
motion, Vice Mayor.
Was I the seconder?
No,
I-
Malika.
No, Vice Mayor was.
Second.
So,
May I
okay.
please have
Second.
the-
So it's a motion to table. It's been seconded.
And then a motion,
Well,
no.
first you,
The motion to
Motion to
repeal.
repeal was seconded. All in,
okay. All in favor?
aye.
I,
Comments.
Uh,
I have
Segregation-
comments, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry?
He had comments.
I have
Yeah, okay.
comments. We
Sure.
have to have discussion. So I don't think just tabling it is wise. I think we should give direction, because what we've heard is staff says it's a blankety blank show. The mayor says that it's confusing. I think it's confusing.
I think
So
it's
what we
confusing.
have here is an ordinance that is confusing to our public. And again, I will remind you guys, the Supreme Court says, if it's confusing, if it's ambiguous, it has to be interpreted in favor of the property owner, and we have not been doing that. So I believe we should give direction to staff so that we're not just tabling it, we give them something to come back with, right? So
yeah, okay.
part of the confusion also is the fine is appealable to the Planning and Zoning Board, but the penalty has to go to the magistrate. So it's, I agree, it is a blankety blank show. So this is kind of the direction that I would suggest to staff so that we can move it forward and get through this. One, let's leave the ordinance as it is. Two, let's direct staff to make the base rate part of the fee schedule. Three, let's come back with a better ordinance that takes into account the various fruit trees and other species that we can think of, because if we don't have an arborist now to advise on this, one size fits all isn't going to work. Number four, and this is important, because our current ordinance is so confusing, and that's obvious from this meeting, we need to pause all the current fines that are being issued on this ordinance until we make a decision. And that's the only fair thing to do. These fines are large enough that these people will present legal challenge, and that's going to cost the city an awful lot of money. There's one on the table here that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And based on this meeting, I'd be surprised and shocked if they don't propose legal challenge to it. So if we pause it, just like we did with artificial turf and other ones in the past that were confusing, I think that's only fair. And then we can get it resolved after we finally make a decision. I think also we need to direct staff to have a new homeowner welcome pack. It's real easy to get the feeds of new properties that have been purchased, where we let them know. And I agree with Sarah. When I moved here from another area of the country, I had no idea about laws involved with cutting a tree down in your own yard. And not everyone looks at that. So some sort of outbound notification, it can be simple. And then lastly, to Mr. McVoy's point, we have areas of the city that are severely lacking trees. I would like to see an incentive program to plant more trees. So not just the stick whacking people, but the carrot saying plant more. So I would like to see us give direction to that effect. It doesn't have to be exactly what I want, but I don't think we leave this meeting without giving direction to staff. Otherwise, we're just kicking the can down the road.
Or we can meet individually with staff and have a little more flexibility in our conversations.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, to interrupt, but I'm
Madam
trying
Clerk?
to get the motions and whatever. So
Okay.
after the motion to rescind by Commissioner May and the Vice Mayor, I didn't get what the vote was.
Okay.
It was 5-0.
5-0 was to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then,
Did I put a motion
I'm
on
just
the
gonna
floor of
comment,
the
Madam
table? I
Mayor.
can't.
I've had individual
No.
meetings with staff. They need direction.
I'm sorry, Mr. Segwich, are you talking? Yeah.
I was saying, I've had individual meetings with staff. They need direction. We just can't kick it down the road.
The
You know,
only
we
thing
have
I'm
an
worried about
opportunity
with
here
the
to give them
putting the
direction.
pause. Sorry.
What, Ms. May?
The only thing I'm worried, I mean, I would go with what Anthony's saying. The only thing I worry about with the pause is open season on the trees.
Open season
So
on the
like, I would say that, I don't know how you do that, but I would not want to see that happen.
Yeah, it's
But I understand we did, with turf and we did it with the STR. So it's not unheard of. It's, there's a precedent, but not to risk living, I want to say beings, because they kind of are. So no.
they are. No, thank you. I appreciate that comment. That was my first thought too with
But there, I do agree with him that we, maybe the fines of people that are already there, but we do need to come back with something that's more clear, especially when it says there's a base fine and there's no actual base fine.
Okay. And so I think in terms of tonight having that, I think we need to we need more information. I think we need to make a comprehensive look at the ordinances that touch trees. Well, I don't know. Has it been brought to the tree board? Has this been brought to the tree board?
This was not brought to the tree board because it was only a clarification of existing language as to the penalties and to clarify the appeal process or make better the appeal process for this. But it has gone to both the LPA boards, the Planning and Zoning Board and Historic Preservation, and they both.
Well, I can't hear you.
Both the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning and Zoning Board approved to recommend this. It has not gone to the tree board because it was just penalties.
Okay. Mr. McVoy, Ms. Malega, your hand is still up, and Mr. Segwich, your hand is up.
Yes, mine is.
Okay. No, there's it. Mr. McVoy, and ma'am.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
I,
Madam Clerk, have you been timing this at all?
Yes, we have 10 minutes and 38 seconds left.
Surprisingly, okay. Don't use it all up. All
Okay.
right, 3 minutes each. We got 3 minutes each.
Did I make a motion? There isn't a motion on the table after the repeal or rescind?
Hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet.
If you all just want to give us direction to bring back this as an entire view of the landscape code, we're happy to do that. We don't need any further action on this ordinance at all. And well, as soon as we can, as you
January,
heard
or
Mr.
you were
Waters,
talking
it will
about-
be sometime in the next 6 months is the hope.
Okay. And in the meantime, we do have, it's functioning fairly well. It's not like it's not functioning.
And I share that concern that I think three of us do we don't want to send a signal of
Right.
open season, that
Right.
we got enough problems as
So
it
if,
is.
if we just continue as we are, incorporate this with,
What I will add is that, yes, it's functioning, but the clarifications that Elizabeth and others put together does provide some leeway to not have these penalties, the base penalty fee, which is that table, be so onerous and can take into account if a tree is going to survive. So if you would like to leave things the status quo, I know this sounds oxymoronic, I would recommend that you approve what they have proposed to do. That doesn't really change how we're moving forward, but does give us some latitude for those penalties not to be crazy if the tree is going to survive. And then we can bring back other things like Commissioner Cedric has suggested and Commissioner Malega. We do have an affordable housing component ordinance that's been written, that's sitting, waiting for some comments to deal with the Habitat for Humanity and other concerns. I won't go into all that, but it's a separate LDR ordinance. And there's another one that's also pending because it also touches on this, is the vacant property registration changes. That has also been drafted and is sitting waiting for comment. And which will sort of play into this. And then I will try my best through our consultant to come up with some kind of pruning manual. The Tree and Landscape Board has a brochure that I think is pending to be published. I wish Scott were here, but it's pending. I know we were getting estimates from Crabtree to get it laid out. And we do have some welcome, like, you know, how to be a good neighbor brochure. How that gets disseminated to new people, I guess could happen at customer service when you come in to get your utilities set up.
actually, I spoke with Mr. Perry about that because this is, I've been harping on this for a long time. How do you, if, I mean, I had clients that, got $50,000 fines because they didn't register their property as they weren't renting it anymore. And how are you supposed to know that? So I think education is a big part of this. I think if people know that there's a penalty if you do it. So I completely agree with upping our education and Mr. Perry said that, I believe he said that, it wouldn't be a huge deal to get property closings from the, from the tax property.
So we
Just to get, hi,
proactively,
here's a new person or the electric, because then you've got
either
a
way.
tenant, but.
or both.
So I just think it's more fair to people when they know what's going on. So I see a couple of hands up. I think it sounds like we're going to keep going the way we're going, but you want us to do this.
It would help provide some clarity as Elizabeth has drafted it, and it also provides a window for the DRO to be able to.
So hearing what you all are saying and hearing what William is offering that it says, but I don't think it really does. We could, for second reading, bring back some provisions that if the tree is salvageable and you're doing the restoration plan, that the cost of the restoration plan could count toward the penalty.
Like you do in a code enforcement
Like
fine.
you would do in a code
Right.
enforcement fine. And possibly something with being able to be reimbursed a portion of that penalty when they complete the 5-year restoration plan or something of that nature to recognize that the tree does come back. You've given the 5 years of concentrated restoration. If you all are interested in something like that.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
if we have, let's say I hat rack a tree and so I have the city comes in and says, you hat rack this tree and now get an arborist. I mean, if they learn how to do it and they prove that they've talked to the arborist who says, this is how you do it. And there's no 5-year plan, but they know how to do it. And they reoffend, come after them then instead of having them with a 5, it's a lot to pay an arborist. And I mean, that part I think is a little heavy handed. So, I mean, just here's what you did. This was wrong. Here's how to fix it. Fix it. And if you don't fix it, we'll come back and if you hat rack the tree again or do whatever it is to the tree again, we'll nail you with a fine.
We can fiddle with that and bring something back for second reading.
How does
Or-
that sound to folks? I mean, I think that 5-year plan is, if you get the education, you know how to do it and you still mess it up, then you get punished. folks?
I could get behind that, but I also want to support pausing the people who are currently under fine situations like Commissioner Segridge brought out.
Do we have, well, okay, thank you, which brings it, do we have a list of how much do you have, I mean, how big a thing are we talking about? How many dollars have we
We
gotten?
have a couple in the $15,000 to $20,000 range at the preliminary estimate on Dunkin' Donuts, because it's hat racking versus tree removal, is like around $60,000. There's a gentleman, I think his is like 16, but his tree is salvageable. That's going to the special magistrate next week. There are 2 or 3 appeals already scheduled, I think, before the Planning and Zoning Board of the penalty amount, based on a variety of reasons. I don't recall what all those numbers are, but
Right.
they're significant because, as you can tell, it doesn't take much to get to a pretty big number.
Right. And yet we don't seem to have that much money in our tree restoration
Because
fund.
people figure out how to do the mitigation, or they don't pay, like the gentleman I referred to, and he's got $240,000 of running daily fines because he hasn't paid yet, and now he can't pay, and he sure as heck can't pay $250,000 for the fact that he hasn't paid the penalties that I think in total are like 45,000 across 3 properties.
Was that a residential?
It was where some significant trees were removed that were going to be replaced by redevelopment, but that redevelopment has not happened.
Uh-huh. And then there's the ficus trees on North, whatever that was, that they just took away, was horrible. And the lots is not even built on. There was a lot just north of Lucerne, had beautiful ficus trees cut down a few years ago. Nothing's been built there. I would like to put it, while we're talking about it, if you own
And
a
I
piece
think
of,
that is the property I'm talking about.
I think it probably is. And I think what we should have a deal is you don't get to cut down the trees until you get your permit approved.
In this case, the permits had been requested, and the project didn't move forward, and it's just a sad chain of events that all kind of happened. I won't go into all the personal details of it, but they were in the process of getting their permits. They've just never pulled them, and they've now all expired.
And what I'm saying is they don't get to cut the tree down until they get the permit approved. Final permit approved.
Well, I think in this case, the permits were approved. They were just never commenced. So that doesn't always, I mean, we always.
All
have
right,
this
then,
call.
all right, I'll take it one step further. Then you don't get to cut down the tree until you come in and actually start the construction.
Yeah.
Because there that lot sits.
I think that's the bottom line is that we see repeated examples of bad things happen. I think clearly part of the direction to you, whether it's a second reading or bringing something comprehensive back, if you cut down a tree, let's not talk about, well, it might be salvageable. You cut down a tree, bam, you
Well,
get serious fine.
It's not salvageable if they cut it down.
Exactly. I mean, but we're a little wishy-washy in the language. If you cut it down, there's no ambiguity. We'll go in and measure the thing and you get the fine. And it should be substantial because people are they're scofflawing it. If you hat rack now, I fully agree with the thing that you got to think
Right.
about different
Different.
species and fruit trees. That makes sense. It's going to make it complicated, but it makes sense. I certainly support the education one. I think hat racking also is a big influence on shade to around. And yeah, maybe it'll grow back. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll grow back as much as it did. Maybe it won't. I think there needs to be a pretty strong incentive to not do these things. And it needs to be clear. I'm a little uncomfortable with the discretion. I don't know.
Okay. And here I thought we might go home early tonight. Silly
I was
me.
hoping for that too.
Silly me. All right. So where are we at? Mr. Segridge, do you have?
Yes,
something
Madam
to
Mayor.
say?
Yes.
What? Okay, go ahead.
I-
Three.
I would
Get, wait, Madam Clerk, where are we with time?
7 minutes and 31 seconds.
We've only used 3 minutes? I know.
Because I pause it when William talks.
What? You pause it when I talk?
That's not what I said.
You wish.
You wish. You act as though it's paused.
Just checking.
Try to keep you in line, Mr. McCoy. It's
I
just
thought I did pretty
impossible.
well this
All right,
time.
Mr. Segridge,
So Madam Mayor, I have a motion. The motion is to amend the ordinance such that the base fine is $500 for trees under 6-inch DBH, $1,000 over 6-inch DBH, and include that in the fee schedule. The second part is to, I'm sorry, and then to reduce the DBH fee schedule by 15% because we are the second highest. The second part of the motion is to give staff direction to come back and give further changes to this ordinance to account for multiple species and fruit trees and so on, as Mr. Waters said. And the third part of my motion is to pause the current cases that are before us until we have an approval of item number 1. And I would just like to remind my colleagues that pausing it does not mean they're getting away with it. It does not equate to absolution. Once it's unpaused, whatever we decide, that's what they pay. And if a new person comes in while it's paused, they are subject to those fines as well. So that was my 3-part motion.
Can you
Well, but during
restate the fine part? I didn't write that.
Yes, I was
I think you
suggesting
should
that-
break it into a couple different motions. I think it's objection.
No, I think it's
multiple.
all good.
Well,
Yeah.
I
So my
think it might be helpful
fine
to-
I suggested was, and
Let's do
I'm
the first.
open to different dollar amounts because I agree, and just to clarify, I agree with Mr. McVoy. If someone cuts down a tree, they go right to DBH, and that's clearly part of the language of this. But the base rate fine, $500 for trees under 6-inch DBH, $1,000 for those over. And I'm open to increasing those or creating more categories. But I think we just need to establish 2 or 3 categories and be done with it.
So I'm still a little unclear. So I got the 500 under 6, the 1,000 over 6, and then are you still keeping in place the fine table that's there based on DBH? So there's a base
Yes, sir.
rate
So
and there's a
if-
fine?
Yes, so if it's a penalty, because there is a distinction of which board gets to review it. But if the tree is unsalvageable, meaning if it's cut down, completely destroyed, or if the arborist determines that a 5-year plan won't save a hat rack tree, they get penalized according to the DBH schedule. I am also suggesting we reduce that by 15%.
So there would be a base penalty plus a DBH penalty plus a replacement cost.
No,
So if there's only going to be a base penalty and a replacement cost, the replacement cost is actually in another table. It would just be eliminating this table.
yeah, they're the same. I mean, the tables are the same. It would simplify the ordinance a lot.
Clarification from, this is William, is the DBH $500, is that per inch or regardless of?
No, flat fee, a flat fine.
No,
So
no.
if we had a 24-inch tree cut down, it'd
No.
only be $1,000.
No, plus the fine, but that's,
No, base fine. That's what he's talking about.
oh,
Yeah, he said, no, that's not.
No, can you, so if I had a 12-inch tree, what would the total be then?
Okay, so. okay,
$1,000.
If you cut down a 12-inch tree, you will automatically receive a $1,000 fine, and they will measure the tree and go to the DBH table and determine what the rest of the penalty is.
that's what I heard. There's.
No,
it's-
that's crazy.
But that's what I was asking. Is
If you
there,
hat rack a 12-inch tree, you pay the $1,000 fine, and if your plan shows that it's salvageable, you work your plan. If your plan shows the tree's dead, then you pay the DBH. And I'm suggesting we reduce our DBH by 15%.
but you're not suggesting that the DBH be a further penalty. That's the replacement cost.
Yes. I do not want to double penalize people.
I guess then the piece of sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. McVoy.
The piece of information I would need is, does this table in fact realistically cover the replacement costs if you were doing that? And I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm guessing no.
This table mirrors the table that's earlier in the chapter under provision M that's cited elsewhere. So the tables are identical. The thought behind the two tables is that you pay it if you
I'm not
abuse the
seeing two
tree
tables.
or
Am I blind?
remove the tree or, cut down the tree, there's a penalty based on the DBH of the tree. That is a straight penalty. And if the tree needs to be replaced for whatever reason, then there is the replacement table where you can tree for tree, inch for inch, replace the tree, or you pay the same amount based on the cost of the DBH.
This chart that we have here.
So if it's salvageable, you don't pay the replacement
Correct.
cost. So if I cut down a 12-inch, if I significantly harm a 12-inch tree,
You pay
what
the
happens?
penalty and you have a restoration plan to bring the tree back to health
My penalty is based on the DBH, or do I
on
have
the DBH.
the fine? What's the fine that we were talking about earlier?
That's it.
That's it.
So if, okay,
So there's not a base fine, even
The
though that's
base-
kind of what it says in the
The
thing.
base fine is based on the DBH. It's because you're paying.
Oh, a
that-
base to me sounds like a one-shot deal.
Right. but
Yeah,
it-
me
and-
too.
And I understand that. And that I think is what.
That we
people
need
had
to
said
change that wording.
And that was why I took that phrase out, because that was not confusing to some and it is confusing to others. So but the way the code has been interpreted is that when you abuse or remove a tree, there is a base penalty based on the DBH of that tree that was harmed.
Oh,
And if the tree needs to be replaced, then it can be replaced on an inch for inch DBH, calculation. And if you're not going to replace, then you also have the option to pay based on that same calculation. And if you remove and you're going to pay the whole thing, you're basically looking at this table times 2 because they're the same calculation.
Point of order, I was making a motion and I can restate it.
Mr. Segrich, the attorney was just explaining something to us, so I got your text. We're on our way to you. But I just wanted to let the attorney finish what she was saying before I interrupted her. So, I know it's hard when you're on Zoom. I don't know, if you're on Zoom and it's very difficult sometimes. So you want to clarify your motion?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. So it doesn't matter what the current ordinance says. It's very confusing. So I'm suggesting that we change it such that there is a base fine, whether you hat rack a tree, remove a tree entirety, otherwise abuse the tree according to our definition of tree abuse. It is a base fine that appears in our fee schedule. I made a suggestion that if the DBH of the tree is 6 inches or under, that base rate fine be $500. If that tree is 6 inches or over, that base rate fine be $1,000. The second part of the motion was to reduce the secondary replacement cost DBH table by 15%. That only comes into effect if the person refuses to replace the tree or if an arborist deems that the hat rack tree is unsalvageable. They would pay that DBH fine according to the tables that currently exist, less 15%. We would adjust that.
And
Third
where are you
part-
getting 15%?
Just because we're the second highest, and I think that the numbers are high. So I wanted to reduce that to give a little bit of relief so
Okay.
that we're more in tune with other municipalities.
So just so that I understand him, I am fading. Your suggestion is under 6 inches, they pay a $500 fine plus the replacement cost
Yes, ma'am.
or replace the tree? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
okay? And anything over 6 inches, 6 inches. I mean, but what if you've got a tree that's like a big tree and it gets cut down? $1,000.
Well, no, your DBH will be in the tens of thousands of dollars.
But
You're-
you've only said that the penalty is if you chop the whole thing down, not if you abuse it.
Right.
No, if you hat rack it and it's non-salvageable, you pay the DBH.
Okay.
But that
Plus the
gets
base penalty.
That's how our code is currently written. If you hat rack a tree and it's not salvageable, you pay the DBH. If it is salvageable, you just go according to your 5-year plan.
Okay.
That's the base fine.
Mr. McFoy.
And the last part of it was to pause the current actions and give direction to staff to come back with additional language to these ordinances to deal with the special kinds of species that Mr. Waters had brought up that don't necessarily follow hat racking versus not hat racking.
Commissioner Segers, I have a question in regards to your motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you consider moving the size of your ordinance from $500 to 12 inches and $1,000 to 18? Because I think $500 for a 6-inch tree is exuberant.
I'm not tied to it. I would be open for flexibility, whatever my colleagues want in that.
So I could second your motion if we could move the $500 fine to 12 inches or below. And then anything or 12 inches, let's talk it out. They have, 12 inches to 18 inches. So I would do anything below 12 inches, $500, and anything above 12 inches, $1,000.
Plus the DBH.
Correct.
For all of them.
I would just one point to that. A 12-inch DBH tree is quite a mature tree and next to impossible to find at a nursery.
Yeah.
6-inch DBH is about the largest you can find. That's why I split it there. I would be more inclined to say, oh, if it's 6 inches and lower, $250, 6 to 12, 500, 12 and above, 1,000.
Okay, I can second that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm in.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. McFoy, we've talked a lot about this. Let's put it.
And then we need to make a motion to extend.
Yeah.
Let's vote first.
Now Sarah's hand is up. What, Sarah?
No, I just said we also need to make a motion to extend.
Let's vote on this first.
Yeah, let's.
Just bringing
Alright.
it up.
So all in favor of Mr. Segwich's motion,
Aye.
Aye.
whatever it was. Aye.
No.
And then Mr.
Okay,
McFoy
4
said
to
no.
1.
Okay, 4 to
Motion
1.
to extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meh.
I have a question then on pausing the code enforcement actions.
We didn't vote on that. We didn't talk about that.
That was
That was part of the motion.
Part of the
That
motion.
was part of the motion.
I thought it was, that's why I wanted it in separate pieces because I thought that was too complicated. I do not agree with, I don't think it's that confusing. I think that the staff has some flexibility in how it's been working fairly well. And I don't want to announce a open season on trees.
No, I think that we were saying that anybody who's currently fined right now, those
We're
are
gonna
who we're
reevaluate.
pausing. We're not going to pause fining people tomorrow and the next day. You hat rack a tree, you're getting fined.
Right. At the new rates. Once we pass this.
Well, these are the-
Correct.
Correct.
You still have to have second reading and ordinances don't go in effect until 10 days after. So
Right. But so until
unless
then,
you
it's the old.
declare a zoning in progress, which is a whole nother little process.
Right.
No, but they still have to get fined. They can't just go cut trees down. Says Mimi.
I sure hope so because I'm very nervous about this. I really am. Hey, you talk about Coral Gables, Chris, it's like that whole city was planned and those are trees in the public. When you drive through there, that's not some neighbor with a tree. That was a plan. They made a decision a
lot
long
of them
time
are
ago
neighbor trees.
when they had a lot of money. And it's paying off now because it's gorgeous. But, all right, so we have
We still haven't voted on this, but I'm just looking for clarification.
Sure.
Since we have code enforcement hearings coming up, we do have property owners who are running fines currently. We do have tree cases coming forward almost every meeting at this point. I'm just
she's not
Any
suggesting.
direction
she's
that
just
you all want to
informing.
give us on it, your.
My motion was to pause those like we did with the artificial turf.
And that's what I second.
And that's what passed.
So we're not forgiving them. We're just saying we're pausing while we're readdressing this ordinance.
Well, what happens to those? I mean, they just go on hold and we're not, but we're gonna open new, we're gonna pause cases that are in front of the thing now, but we're also gonna start new cases.
What we did with short-term rentals, artificial turf, is that if there was an existing code case, we kept track of when you made a decision to pause it. And once you made a decision, hey, now we've made a decision, it still ran in our system and showed there that, oh, it may have been running at $25 a day or $100 a day, and it may show a $16,000 fine. When you finally made a decision and the property was brought into compliance with whatever it was, we took off that time frame by hand
penalty.
manually and took out, okay, it took them 127 days to make
Okay.
a decision. We're going to take off 127 days times $100 a day, and that came off what was owed. Or if it was determined that what they had done was not a code violation, the code case got resolved and there was no fine.
Right. But coming up now, if someone gets a new case, are we gonna prosecute a new case?
They will probably be notified that there is an issue, and it will be held in abeyance because we had a whole pile of short-term rental cases that had been identified that had not been sent a notice of violation and not been taken to the magistrate. However, there were some that had other co-compliance issues as well as a short-term rental issue. And once they resolved their other issues, it kind of resolved itself. It's a lot of manual labor, but it's okay. Yolanda and Krista will kill me tomorrow, but that's all right. We can work it out, but I guess we'll hold in abeyance of 2 or 3 or possibly 4 appeals that are going to the planning and zoning board and say, hey, it's going to sit until we make a decision. Because some of those are pretty high. And then there's one on South L Street or South K Street. It's going to the magistrate next week. But there's other code violation issues with that case. We'll split them apart somehow and hold the tree issue in abeyance. So the person has already contacted an arborist, and I guess the tree that was abused and hat racked or whatever is under remedial service and is being nursed back to health. And we'll try to track that.
So if a new case comes up, they're gonna get a letter saying you've got a problem with your trees.
Issue is before the commission to make a decision on what.
I'm sorry, the mic's off.
We'll send either a door hanger or something to them saying, yes, you've got a violation under our current ordinance. It's being evaluated by the city commission. Once whatever is happening, we'll let you know.
So cut that tree down this weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing is we're
And I'm
sending a
sorry.
message. No. That's not what I'm
Well,
hearing.
No, that's not
the
what-
punishment has come down dramatically because instead of say a 12-inch tree, which is at $400 per inch, $4,800 is now $1,000.
Yeah, I that's why I voted against it. I don't
And we
think,
have
I
trees
think we're,
bigger than that. You know, the 16-inch or the greater is, what is that numbers? $800 an inch.
and anybody cutting down something of that size clearly knows what they're doing. And they need to get, that's just not acceptable.
But it's
I'm-
not
I'm
just the
sorry.
1,000, it's gonna be the
We're-
1,000 plus, that's fine.
Correct. We're talking out of turn. It's 1,000 plus 4,800, Mr. McVoy. So it's $5,800 for cutting down that tree.
Right. He's just adding on the base cost.
But the 4,800 is the replacement cost.
Right, if it's cut down, it's gotta get replaced.
Right.
You have that already.
Right, that's.
But we're decreasing that by 15% because we're adding the base cost.
And the base cost will just be the $1,000.
Correct.
Plus the DBH.
Point of order, we voted on.
Mr. Segridge, we're trying to straighten out with the attorney. We're trying to get clarification
But
from
if
the
we're going to
attorney.
rediscuss it, it has to be rescinded. We already voted.
We're asking for some.
If we want rediscussion,
Take a
we have to
breath.
rescind the vote and then have rediscussion. That's my point of order. Is that not correct, attorney?
We can't hear you right now. There's talking going on. there's currently not a motion. What's the motion currently in front? There's no. Right.
There's no motion there.
And we're suspending with suspension of the, all right.
Yeah.
Let's just see what happens. So we have a motion and we have a second. and we're
Advisory
done.
boards.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Motion to go home.
No. It's taking way too long.
Did I get a second on my motion to go home?
I have, okay.
You want me to-
That's one thing I do agree with you.
There you go.
I don't know what.
Read this title or do you?
Please read by title.
This is ordinance number 2025.
Folks, please, we're all late and tired and cranky.
City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing section 2-9 and articles 5, 9, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, and 28 of chapter 2 and sections 13-1, 13-2, 13-3, and 13-4 of chapter 13. And adding a new article 4 of chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances regarding agencies, boards, and committees of the city, including procedures for appointment of members and terms of office, attendance and residency requirements of members, and the powers and duties of all agencies, boards, and committees of the city, providing for codification, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Is sunshine law covered here? I didn't really see
Yeah.
where the, let's,
A motion to approve for discussion.
okay, do I have a second? For discussion?
I think my motion prevails.
Well, we can't
You
just
died
ignore
for
this.
lack of second.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, Maliga, too.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second of approval. I had a couple.
I have a couple too.
Yeah, I did a couple things. And I'll start. What the heck? It's 10 o'clock. Okay, one thing term limits are something that we've discussed that we have with the commission, and I was thinking about possibly instituting term limits for boards. A few terms and then so that we get fresh blood. That's one thing. Filling vacancies. A vacancy occurring during a term shall be filled by the city commission for the unexpired term. I think we should amend that to May if it's like, if the vacancy occurs more than 60 days with the expiration, so if it's 2 weeks, we don't have to appoint somebody. My suggestion is that, if a vacancy occurring during the term shall be filled by the commission for the unexpired term, if that term is more than 60 days in the future. Otherwise, it just seems like a lot. So those are two things that I saw. One of the reasons, I know you brought this up, Madam Attorney, one of the reasons that I think there was why we did this was because if someone was on the board, there's a property interest in a board membership. So for cause is really the only way to get rid of somebody if they're a problem. And we were trying to avoid that property interest. I think that was the motivation we were doing it, which I still,
I
I'm
agree.
still attached to that idea, but I also think that we do, having a couple of years now of having somebody appointed for a term of certain years, it makes more certainty for people, what am I signing in for? So I'm okay with it. But I thought maybe we should talk about term limits, like 3 terms, something like that. Because there are no limits, it says specifically, and I think maybe we should talk about that. I'd like to talk about that. So I see other lights on. Mimi, your light is on.
Thank you. On the first. So in the backup, and I know that that's not part of the ordinance, but in the backup, it talks about term limits. And I think we have to be careful between the length of a term and term limits because they're two different things. I understand that. So it says term limits setting consistent terms with limits to encourage board community participation. I don't think that's what it was meant. I think it was supposed to be term length.
Right.
So if it says the phrase term limits within the ordinance, we should make it the length of the term. I don't agree with the mayor that we should worry about term limits. If you're going to get reappointed every 3 years, and if you're doing a good job, great. If you're not going to get reappointed. So I don't think we need to worry about that. The other thing that I was thinking about was some of these boards I've never heard of. What's the Electric Utility Advisory Board?
You never heard of that?
Do we have one right now?
I think it's inactive at this point.
Okay, so now it says that we're gonna, the inactive ones, I thought she got rid of, but she didn't get rid of this one.
Right.
So I don't understand that.
Madam
So
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, so the Electric Utility Advisory Board was revised a few years ago, and it meets, it doesn't just meet, it meets when it has specific input to give.
right, and also I got that.
about
It
a
says
product,
that the
The
director calls the meeting, but if we don't know who's on it, who would they call?
Well, we would appoint people.
So it would be an appointed board for a specific meeting for a specific amount of time.
That's the same thing for the Construction Board of Appeals. They only act when they're needed.
Okay, so we create those boards just when they're needed.
No, we create them. No.
No, we have them.
We have them. They get, hey, we need you next month. So
So right now, there are people in the city who are assigned to the Electric Utility Advisory Board?
I don't know. I said that's a pretty inactive one. I know there's the Construction Board of Appeals.
Okay, so currently, Melissa, are there people assigned to the Utility Advisory Board and the construction thing?
Yes, and just so you know, the Construction Board of Appeals has never met.
That's not
But
true.
it's a necessary. Okay,
That's not true.
that was what I've
Nothing.
been
No,
told.
it's a long time ago. She may not know about it. But
Okay.
that's, we
Right,
got
it's
rid
not
of the
met
big
since
building.
I've been here, but yes, there is an electric utility board. And it meets at the direction of,
At Liberty.
yes.
Okay, the other thing is in here, and I know that it said a public, so when it talks about what the boards must do, where was it? Melissa, and I read this, where does it say in here that they have to keep minutes? They have to, or I'm sorry, that they have to who they have to hand in the minutes to. Because I know that some of the boards do not do that.
And that's not right.
And so I wherever it says, like, there was somewhere on here where it said what each board had to do.
It's under meetings, section 2-49. Meetings including workshops of each board shall be open to the public, properly noticed, and minutes shall be kept.
Okay, but okay, I want to make sure that that the meetings, the minutes are being kept, they're being handed in and they're being posted, just like the HRPB ones, just like the planning and zoning, just like ours. Like if there's minutes, they need to be public. So I think we need to amend this so that it says that the meetings, the minutes will, let me talk. The minutes will be posted on the website. And then the other question I have is, the Education Advisory Board was the Education Task Force. When the Education Task Force was formed, they specifically formed it and made it not a board, so it didn't have to be in the sunshine. So if it is in the sunshine, do all the boards that are in the sunshine have to take some sort of ethics training, or is it just the two official boards?
I think all of them. Pretty sure it's all.
Well, let's ask. That's why I'm asking. Melissa?
They all have to take ethics training.
Okay, so can you put that in here?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then oh, and the other thing was the Construction Board of Adjustments. I just had never heard of that. Okay, I'm good. Those are mine.
Okay. I have one more. The Business Advisory Board meets every other month. And then they have no quorum and then they don't meet. And then it's 6 months before they meet again. Why don't they just make it a monthly meeting like every other board? I mean, to me, that makes sense.
I think they should all meet monthly.
Yeah. I mean, 2 months.
They have talked about that. And they also have a replacement that has to be, somebody who has to be replaced on the board as well right now.
Right. We have you're saying we have an opening on that board?
Yes, ma'am. Pastor Jake moved.
Right, now I heard about that. But I think they should meet every month. It's a board, meet a month, 2 months. What happens in 2 months? So that would be a change that I would have. Can we have consensus to make it monthly?
I consent.
Chris?
consent.
Chris?
It's fine. I
Okay.
just would defer to the city manager who's been involved in organizing those. And I think we've had trouble getting people to show up even every other month.
Well, then we have to
Then
deal
we
with that.
sunset the board, but it should be monthly.
Yeah.
We haven't had problems. We had one 2 months ago and they just had one last month.
Well,
We just had one last week, last Thursday,
Yeah.
okay, but
That's
I
what
mean,
I
there were
meant.
months where nothing
and
happened.
the next one's scheduled for December 11th.
Well, so what's the problem having it once a month?
Is there, a prob- maybe there isn't. I don't know. I'd heard that it was,
When the board was first formed, we made it every other month. That's
Right,
how
now
it was
I'm
formed.
suggesting that we change that now, because that whole board is sort of hazy anyway. They haven't really, I've not seen them do anything. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, and Commissioner Malega, because she was at not this past Thursday, but the meeting before, and there was a conversation as far as who the liaison for that board would be. Vice Mayor, did you want to discuss that now, or?
Yeah, we can, I mean, previously it was the city manager, so Jamie has stepped in
Right.
as staff. And obviously we've had, things that they have they want to bring forward to the city commission that they have talked about and they've had meetings with, including parking. And most recently, they've had some LDRs, questions in regards to things that they would like to see changed or questions in regards to processes. Unfortunately, I was not at the meeting last week, so I don't know what the conversation was, Jamie.
It was the conversation we'd had before was making one of elected officials the liaison for that board.
Rather
Yes,
than
and
staff.
I'm completely
Rather than
open.
staff, for the business advisory board, making one of
Yeah.
the elected officials the actual
That makes
liaison
sense.
instead of
Because-
having the city manager be the
Right,
liaison
because
for
we're
the business
liaisons for
advisory
everything
board.
else.
Correct.
Okay. Makes
And
sense.
I would volunteer to do that. I already told Jamie that I would commit to taking over that if I had support.
Well, we'd have to, we haven't changed the ordinance yet, so let's. I don't see where it says that in. Where does it say it in here that the liaison is the?
There is no specified liaison for that board.
Oh, okay.
In the ordinance.
Okay.
Because you all can change that as you will.
Yeah, let's
I
make
mean-
it a commission member.
Yeah, there was somewhere where it talked just about liaisons in general to the boards, that each board, well, no, because the
You
planning and
have to
zoning,
have
they
a
don't have them.
liaison, but it doesn't necessarily specify who the liaison is because that may change over time.
Yeah, let's not specify that.
Well, to have a commission member,
Well, you could say the commission member. I
that's what I'm
guess.
saying is, member rather than staff. But it doesn't even say staff in the. Okay, does it really talk about? Does it talk about, and I've read this a couple times. In each of the different agencies, does it say who there should be a liaison from the city commission? Do we even mention that?
There is a provision in section 2-49 under meetings, paragraph D, staff liaison, that each board shall have a staff liaison.
A staff liaison or a commission liaison?
This is first that there will be a staff liaison, but we can add to the business advisory board that the liaison may be an elected official.
But liaison to the CRA is an elected official, the liaison to the NAPC is an elected official.
Yeah, but there's no liaison to the planning and zoning or
Well, they
HRPB.
don't need, they don't really need
Right.
one.
Who's the liaison to the tree board?
Right, that's another question.
Planning and zoning staff handles HRPB and planning and zoning and tree board.
So there's no city commission, there's no elected official assigned to the tree board.
Why don't you just change for staff liaison? Why don't we just change it to staff/commissioner liaison
So we can.
in both
be
places? And
flexible.
then we can be flexible.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Kick me under the table. Okay,
Uh,
Mr. Segrich's light is on and it's 10:14 kids.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with having standardized appointments and terms and basically the whole front end of the proposed ordinance. Under 2-49 meetings, A, it's saying that the staff liaison is going to record the minutes. And then later on, under officers E, it says the secretary is going to record the minutes. I believe the secretary of the board should be the one recording and reporting the minutes, not the staff liaison.
Where does it say staff
Yeah,
liaison?
where does it say that?
A,
It says that, yeah, it says that the
the public
staff
record of the
liaison would
board's
review.
minutes and
It's
resolutions.
two, okay, but you're reading from, it's section 2.2-49, what?
A.
Yeah, it's the last term on
By the
A.
staff liaison.
They're made available for inspection by the public and they're maintained by the staff liaison, and that is a requirement. That's what we were just talking about, that they need to be submitted to the city
Right,
staff
yeah.
and placed on the city's website.
I guess the language shall be maintained is a little unclear. Does that mean that the liaison is responsible for writing the minutes or just keep them in a desk drawer?
The staff person for the city is responsible for the public record.
What if
And
there
then
is no staff person? Like there's no staff person for the NAPC?
The NAPC.
No,
is a
but I'm
city
sorry,
board.
but the education task force,
That's not a sunshine board.
it's going to be if it's,
Well, and so there will be there has to be a staff person, a city person, whether it's an elected official or a staff person.
they bring the minutes to
that-
the who to. put
I
them on
think
the
it should
website.
be specified that they bring the minutes to the clerk.
Well, that's, I don't
Right,
know.
yeah,
so
I know, I
it's
agree with you.
get on the
Right.
website.
So, for example, the city clerk is responsible for the minutes of commission meetings and for scheduling of commission meetings, but the city clerk does not perform that function for most of the other boards and committees of the city. There is a staff person
Right.
from planning and zoning or from leisure services or electric utility who serves that purpose
Okay.
for those various boards. And they hold they keep track of the minutes. They put them on the website. They schedule the meetings. They coordinate the agenda packets with the board. They are the ones who are serving that liaison function to make sure that the board members are prepared for what's coming for them and that the records of the board are kept in accordance with city standards. I understand that there are liaison duties that elected officials manage, but you may not want to take on all of those other responsibilities, which is why
So we're asking who to hand it into.
which is why we say that there's a staff liaison that's involved in each of the boards to help perform those functions.
Right, I think it'd be helpful though if it's clarified that, so that some staff member, who's hardworking, has all these minutes in a drawer, they're pretty meaningless and nobody can get at them. But if they're delivered to the clerk, they have, that's a shared record.
Each of these staff people act as the clerk for that board.
I understand that. But I think we have central records. We have, I think I just think that it should go to the clerk. Because that's where the receptacle of those minutes should be. So there's one place where if I want the minutes from the leisure services, whatever.
I think you would find staff from community sustainability, at least for planning and zoning and HRPB, would not be comfortable with that. I think
As long as they
they've
get on the website, who
traditionally
cares?
done
not gonna
the
get on the website.
liaison
If they
and
just
those
sit in-
record keeping and agenda
Madam
setting.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
the board minutes are posted on the website along with the agendas and packets for the advisory boards by the staff liaisons.
Okay, so the staff liaison does give them to you.
No, they do it themselves.
They put it, excuse me. They put it on the website themselves. They submit it to
Yes,
our.
because they create things in Municode like I do.
All right.
So Sherry Cole is the staff liaison for PZB and HRPB. She creates the agendas, the packets, etc. She posts everything on the website. She posts the minutes on the website. So the staff liaisons do that for their boards. I'm not involved in that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Segrich, your hand is up and Mr. McVoy's hand is up and Ms. May's light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. So to continue, I'm okay with basically the standardization of the whole front end of this. I think the discussion of each board is going to be warranting a special meeting, because I mean, there's a lot to discuss about each board and how we want to change or not change and what's going on with that. So, I mean, we can go here all night and go through them, or, maybe we can agree on the front end of this ordinance and request a special meeting to give specific direction for each of the boards. But like Miss May, I've got a lot of questions on a lot of the boards, and so that's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy.
I guess an overall thing is, do we want to encourage participation in the community on boards? And to me, that's kind of a fundamental thing. And at least what I've seen on several boards is the willingness to serve is often related to, well, what am I accomplishing here? Am I actually able to change anything? Am I writing any ordinances or drafting ordinances to be proposed? Or am I providing advice that the commission, in fact, will listen to? If somebody on the board has to be the secretary, that's an added burden to them. And if it's not clear that they're really going to have any influence, it's going to be hard to get people to serve on the board. You won't have a trouble with term limits. I agree with Commissioner May on that. You'll have, especially the tree board, that's been a chronic situation, is that people serve for a while and they get extremely frustrated because nothing happens. There was mention of a pamphlet on pruning. There was a pamphlet on select suggested species. That was talked about when I was on it, and that was probably 10 years ago, and it still hasn't come out. That is very frustrating. I'm less worried about standardizing whether all the boards do everything different way. I'm much more worried about the property right aspect, and I'm worried about how do you set up these boards that they actually do have there's a reason to serve on them, and people can see that there's a reason, that it will be. That's, I think, what some of our goals should be, is to make sure that whatever we set up, on a specific one, I don't see why we are moving the education board from a task force to an advisory board. I'm not sure where that motivation is coming from. My impression was, when the education one was set up, was that they wanted to be able to interact with each other and communicate and not have that limitation. It wasn't seen as a gain to make it an advisory board. So I'm not sure why we would change it. I also, with the electric utility advisory board, I have a difficulty that, and I would have that probably with any board, if it's an advisory board that is independent residents who presumably have some expertise in whatever their board area is, and it's supposed to, give some oversight, some additional outside views, but the director of the board that it's relative to, they choose when they meet. That doesn't seem to me like it really does much use to us as an oversight board. And it also diminishes the enthusiasm of anybody to serve on it.
Okay. So where are we? Somebody make a motion. Did somebody make Mr. Segrich, your hand is up?
There's already a motion on the table, but I think this, like,
I don't do that.
Is too large to approve now. I really think it needs to be a special meeting broken out by each of the boards plus the upfront section.
I think we need a special meeting for all these.
I would agree. I don't think we should be deciding it now.
I actually agree with that too, because I think what Commissioner McVoy was just saying is really true. And if we want people to serve and feel like they're making a difference, and not just feel like it, actually make a difference, then we need to give the boards the ability to do so and the ability to report back to us. I will tell you, the most frustrating thing about being on the education task force was the loop was never closed with the commission. So if we're otherwise, you're right, there's no point. So I think we need to spend some time, maybe the boards themselves could kind of report back how they would want to be.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, let them tell us what they want, not us tell them what
Or
we
what
want.
frustrations they
What
have.
frustrations they might have. But I do agree that we need to change the thing where we fill the vacancies because we need to fill the vacancies.
Right,
ASAP.
right. I mean, the P and Z board, historical, those, that's different.
We're
That's, they have a-
constrained quite a bit.
They're very,
Yeah.
you know, here's.
Yeah, I mean,
they're
those
very
are done.
task-oriented, right. Okay, so I think that's a good idea. We'll have a workshop with the boards, get their input, see what they want to do. I like that idea very much. So,
Can it be a
Right.
special meeting, Mayor, so the public can participate?
yeah. It's,
So Mimi and I need to withdraw our motions.
Yeah, mine was the first, so I'll withdraw my motion to approve.
okay,
Second to withdraw.
to withdraw. Okay, so.
Say
I'm
on.
sorry, the second was by Commissioner Segrich.
Oh,
No, it
that
was
me.
Maliga.
No, it was me.
I withdraw.
Okay. Whoever.
I make a motion to move this to a special meeting.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor. Well, we have a card from Peggy Fisher. Ms. Fisher, why don't you come up?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I was one of the founding members on the Electric Utility Advisory Board.
I'm still on it.
No, I'm not. I've resigned after 3 years. But I also was the secretary and did the minutes for the board. It's not a big deal. It depends on what you want to do. But the whole purpose of this meeting should have been to deal with your historic preservation and planning and zoning boards, which are at quorum level if everybody shows up. And if they don't, there's no meeting, which affects residents of this city. This was brought up by you all in May or June of this year. And you instructed staff, you all gave direction to staff. We need to fill these vacancies. I know you did. Well, you all haven't done anything about it, have you? I'm getting in an argument. You all are having your conversation back and forth to my comment, which is my time. You know, I'm trying to say to you what someone from P&Z or HRPB might be standing up here saying, we need you to fill the vacancies. That was the whole thing that originally came up, that they have problems. And rather than address that part of it, we are now rewriting the whole ordinance, and then we're going to have a special meeting to talk about all the different boards. That's fine, but you still have the issue of things like not being able to have a P&Z board in July. That's significant to the residents of this city. I'm just standing here saying, you all, it's fine to have all these other discussions, but look at what the real issue, the immediate issue is. Erica Whitfield wanted, as in terms of what she said to me, the education task force to become an advisory board. So I will relay that information that she said directly to me to you all. Thank you.
That's time.
Okay, Miss May, your light.
All right, I do want to address the missing people right now.
Please.
So I'm going to make a motion that the clerk advertise the HRPB and the planning and zoning vacancies tomorrow. And that, however long it takes, but to advertise them ASAP and get the applicants to us ASAP. Because talking about the other boards can wait, these have to be filled. So Melissa, when could you do that so I can add that to my motion?
How about as soon as possible?
A little bit more clear.
And are we gonna do it on a Saturday? We talked about doing.
No, we don't need to do it on a
Well-
Saturday because there's not that many of them. So I don't
I'm
understand.
sorry, Commissioner, you're really putting me on the spot, and I'm going out of town next week.
Okay,
I
but
can
all I'm
work on
asking
it.
is how long does it do you have to post the positions for it?
How long? I mean, we could put a banner on the website like we did last time, looking for applicants for PZB and HRPB with a link, because those have specifications as to what they have to, what their backgrounds are, et cetera. There are
Okay.
particular things, unlike for some of the other boards.
If you put up that banner, do you think you could have the meeting of the applicants come forward at the second meeting in November at 5 o'clock?
Definitely not. Oh, second meeting of November?
Yes, not the 4th, the 18th.
Possibly.
Okay, so let's shoot for the 18th. If it doesn't work out, we'll go first week of December, but I think we need to do this ASAP because people can't wait. So as soon as possible.
Okay, do you have, so you have,
That's my motion.
do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
The motion is for her to put forward for the clerk to put out a request for applications for HRPB and planning and zoning tomorrow. And to get them, and we'll have a meeting, a 5 o'clock meeting before our meeting to do that. We're hoping November 18th.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm not the webmaster. So I have to create something and get it to Keith. I can't post a banner on the website. How about we'll have it posted this week?
Okay.
Tomorrow's a bit much.
Okay.
And with the goal of having interviews late November, early December.
So either November 18th or December, whatever the meeting is.
December 2nd, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. Mr. Segers, is your hand up?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to make it time certain, November 18th. This is important.
No, well, you know, that's, I think, stepping over I think the intent to do it on the 18th is there. We don't know what else is coming up. I think it's unfair to say that without knowing what's going to happen, but.
Besides, it's my motion. So if anyone wants to second it, they
I
can.
So let's have a
I
second.
did second.
Okay.
So Malega seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and no opposed? Thank you. So we have motion, we have movement, which is.
We're done
So.
for that. So we're going to go forward with those two boards and then we're going to have the other ones come back at a special.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Does anybody at 10:32 have any interesting long comments? You do? Yeah, okay. So let's start with District 1. Let's start with 1. District 1, Sarah? You have anything?
Well, I've been out of commission and I just want to say thank you to all the residents and staff who have reached out to me. The goal is to be back in City Hall next Tuesday. And that's all I have.
Okay, great. Thank you. District 2.
I think I'll pass.
Okay, District 3. You know, so I didn't argue with you.
District 3, I went to the Finance and Taxation Advocacy Committee meeting in Orlando. And the House Joint, there's 8 proposals that came out of the House Joint Resolution Committee. And each of the 8 proposals has to do with some sort of modification to property taxes. All of them, because our first argument was you can't mess with public safety, you can't mess with schools. So they carved that out. So the proposals that have come forward, now the Senate hasn't done any of these, just came out of the House, but there's 8 of them. It says that you cannot decrease your law enforcement budget at all. The firefighters union must not got there early enough because it doesn't say anything about fire or EMS. So you could do a fire assessment or an EMS assessment. It also carves out school taxes. Those will be separate. So the 8, if you want to know, I'm not going to go through them all, but basically they range from no more property taxes at all the way through, increasing homestead allowances. And a lot of it was to try to get equity in some sort of manner with the collection of property taxes, because you can have two people live next door to each other. One pays $300, one pays 30,000 for the same house on the same land. So those are some of the arguments, and something is going to come out. It will end up being a resolution. It'll end up needing to have 60% of the residents of Florida, voting for it. But when you say cut property taxes, a lot of people are going to automatically say yes without really thinking about the consequences. And one thing if you're talking to your neighbors, one of the things that we did at the beginning of the meeting was go around and say what's so special about our city. And that whatever is so special about your city is the first thing that's going to get cut, because it's all the quality of life. It's the leisure services. It's the street painting festivals. It's all of that, because you can't cut garbage. You can't cut essential services. So there's 411 municipalities in the state of Florida, ranging from 100 people residences to Miami. So the League of Cities is going to be tough for us to have a one fighting stance, because we have to be a united voice that's really going to hit all of the heads for each kind of municipality. So we need to kind of start to hear stories. I've requested the information from finance on the difference between how many homesteaded versus non-homesteaded properties we have, because we are such a high rental community. If it just affects homesteaded properties, it may not affect us as great as some communities that are all residential and basically all owner occupied, because those cities will lose all of their tax money and they will fold. They will crumble. They will be eaten up by the counties, and which is kind of the goal of the state. The other thing is there's some small counties that they would like to consolidate as well. So please pay attention to this. Please, when your neighbors start saying, "Oh, I don't want to pay taxes, this sounds great," we'll kind of remind them of the consequences. And I will, continue getting more information and bringing it back. I will send the 8 proposals. If it's okay, I'll send them to the city manager, who can send them out to the rest of you guys so we can talk about them. They're not, obviously nothing has gone forward, but these are going to come to fruition. So thanks.
Thank you. District 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just have kind of one item. Some of the behavior of late within the chambers has been reprehensible. I've had to sit there quietly while somebody 2 foot from my face called me a liar, levied accusations during public comment, and you just don't say anything, because that's the job. But tonight, what I witnessed, attacking somebody making a public comment, is not acceptable to me. We have to remain professionals. That's what we were elected for, to be professionals, to be above that, and to recognize that not everyone's going to agree with us. People are going to say some outlandish things, but public comment is sacred. It's the time that the public has to come and speak before us, and they should be free to speak their mind, whether we agree with it, disagree with it, or even get offended by it. Now, there's limits to that. They start, cursing or using vulgar language or getting violent. But tonight's public comment wasn't that. It chills participation. We've also had accusations levied against other members of the dais, saying that we're pay to play. We can be better than that. And, this behavior is escalating. And so I don't have much of a choice other than, or a remedy for it, other than, I've already asked for that individual to apologize, and they won't change their behavior. It's getting worse. So I move to censure Mr. McVoy for his behavior tonight and for his previous accusations against the commission.
Madam Attorney, what does that mean?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that.
You weren't given a heads up on
Was
that?
not given a heads up.
It's always good to give them a heads up so they can come prepared.
Well, I didn't have a heads up because I didn't expect someone to behave so unprofessionally and attack a member of the public for making their
It
public
was
comment.
not good.
And according to Robert's rules, a censure is an admonishment of an individual behaving unprofessionally. There's no repercussion. It's just an acknowledgement that we don't think it's right.
Well, I can't disagree with you, having been accused of taking pay to play and having no evidence in that and having no apology for that is very, it's coming from outside, that's one thing, but if it's coming from our own dais, I found that really, really offensive and really kind of surprised that there has been no either evidence of pay to play or an apology for that kind of, that's the worst accusation that you can make to an elected official. So I don't know how that would, is it a formal piece of paper? Is it in the record? I don't know how that works. I agree with you, Mr. Segridge, that was a terrible thing to have happen and with no, and tonight was a little out of control. And I really don't understand why Mr. McFoy would say something like that. And yet, and just, it's like, and not have any repercussion about it. Just, yep, I can say anything I want and nothing happens. And I think that's unfortunate because we are, one of the things that when I first came into elected office was civility, talking to each other, working together. You know, we had a compromise tonight. The House, that's what you do. You do not attack other people. You do not accuse them of a crime or an ethical violation. For a person that consistently says, I'm the arbiter of good governance, that is not good governance. And I do agree with you, Mr. I don't know what the form it would take, but if we have.
We have a second?
I'm sorry?
Can we get a second?
I can't second things. I can pass the gavel. Unless Mr. McVoy decides that he would like to do the right thing and apologize for that terrible accusation that he made to us.
I was reporting what I was hearing in the community. That's all.
Wow, that's lame. That is so lame. That is so bad. Jeez.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
You cannot make a motion, but you can second a motion
Oh.
without passing the gavel.
Oh, I'll second it. I don't know what form it's going to take, but I do think that it was reprehensible. And I would never accuse anybody of, I mean, that's not how adults behave. So, and it really, I keep thinking about it. There's no apology. I was repeating that's just nonsense. So, and for men who just constantly reminds us of how professional he is, that's the most unprofessional thing you can possibly do. So, Mr. Segridge, thank you for bringing it up. And I would second it and call for a vote.
I don't know what it looks like, but I agree.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever the censure is, if it's a public piece of paper or
Something.
something.
Sarah?
Aye.
Okay, so Mr. McVoy, give a vote.
I think nay would be
Well,
probably
but I
the
have to
appropriate.
ask you. Right. So 4-1, the commission is voting to come up with a censure for Mr. McVoy's completely inappropriate comment about public officials taking bribes.
Also the behavior this evening, attacking the public while making public.
Yeah.
And
So-
if I might have the floor.
In a minute.
Okay.
And we're not going to get it. We're not going back. No, you cannot have the floor. Mr. Sigurd has made a motion. The motion has passed. Thank you very much. You've had your comments. I'm the only one that hasn't had their comments yet. I'm not going to comment too much because it is now almost 11 o'clock. I was out of town for a week, so I was not able to go to the legislative hearing in Orlando, meetings in Orlando. But whenever I go out of town or into different places, people, the potential developers that I talk to, people are really, the attitude about Lake Worth Beach is much more positive than it has been for a very long time. You don't hear the kinds of, you always on Facebook, people are going all the time, but in general, the feeling is very positive. Growth is happening and that's it. So Mr. Brown, do you have any public comments tonight?
Yeah, this Thursday, Palm Beach County Municipal Clerks Luncheon will be taking place at the Casino Ballroom.
Oh.
Our city clerk, Melissa Coyne, will be sworn in as president. of the Palm Beach County Municipal Clerk. After serving 2 years as the secretary and 1 as the vice president, our deputy city clerk, Shayla Ellis, will be sworn in as vice president.
I love it.
So
We've cornered the market.
We are running the clerk show.
I love it. I love it.
Also, on Halloween, October 31st, at the ballroom, we have the ethics, like the sunshine stuff. That is also the same time as the pre-agenda meeting.
Oh,
So I'm assuming we either need to cancel that pre-agenda meeting, or you guys need to decide if you want to postpone it to another time.
or do it Thursday maybe or something.
One of the two, but I know
Why?
there's at least 2 of you as of right now that are going to be attending the ethics training.
Right. I think we all have to do it. You know, every year when you turn in your financial disclosure, you have to say under oath that you've attended the ethics, and I have some serious.
So I can't go to the one on the 31st because I have to teach that day, but I will go to the one, I think they have one at League of Cities in the December thing. So I'll go to that one.
There are multiple options.
Yeah, or I'll do it online, but I won't be going to that. So I would be available for the meeting, but you guys won't.
Why we start them at 8?
I will be at the ethics training.
You will be at the ethics training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Segrich?
I will not. I will be available, but I'm open to rescheduling the pre-agenda meeting whatever time other people
We're
have.
going to the ethics training. Have you done ethics training yet?
I've done it online.
I know you could do it online.
Yeah, you can do it online.
Okay,
I think it's better to do it.
so are you saying you won't be at the ethics thing on the 31st? But two
Correct,
of us,
but I'm open to moving my schedule around. I'm good for any day you guys want to have.
how about if we did on the 30th, how about we did the pre-agenda on Thursday, the 30th? Does that work for everybody, Mr. Brown? Oh. Yeah. Madam Clerk, Mr.
I can't do the 30th.
Who's going to the issues, Madam Mayor, on your calendar? I see some issues forum.
On the 30th?
Yes, from 9 to 12, Village of Palm Springs.
Oh, that's that manager. I don't have it on my can. No, that's not even, that's what you're on. I know who's, yeah.
There's also a TPA meeting,
Yeah.
Oh.
TPA board meeting.
Okay.
30th.
Well, do you want to skip one or do you want to do it Wednesday, the 29th? Are you working? Are you teaching?
Yeah, but I can.
Okay. Wednesday, the 29th, Anthony, Sarah?
I will not be available. I have a doctor's appointment that morning.
I am available. My schedule is flexible, so whatever date you guys
Yeah,
want.
I can be available on the 29th.
except Sarah can't. Well, maybe we're gonna skip it because there's, I think we're gonna just have to skip it because there's no date that everybody can do it.
Okay.
We have 4 for the 29th.
Well, we have 4 for the 30th too.
So, I mean, versus skip it, let's just do 4.
Well, I would prefer the 30th because Wednesday is kind of a rough.
30th, I don't
Oh,
think, I thought that you guys both had meetings, no?
TPA and issues forum.
are the
Right,
issue.
30th.
All right, so the 29th.
I can try to call in on my way to the doctor.
Okay, but what about the 29th, Sarah?
That is the 29th.
That's the 29th.
Oh, okay.
The
So,
30th, I am available.
all right, let's do the 29th then, because the meeting is on the 30th.
Okay.
Okay, so the 29th at 9 o'clock.
I'm sure Jamie has more for us.
No, that is all.
29th. Madam Attorney, have you got anything for us?
Nothing for you to do.
So how about some kind of, somebody do a motion. Somebody make a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Good